Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. It's so good to see you guys.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Gotta hydrate right off the bat. Thank you, Q. We are going to have another very quiet, very calm stream today for the most part, with the exception of Pyro. But yeah, it's been a week. It's been a rough one. As you guys know, I didn't stream yesterday because of my symptoms and everything being a little extra aggro. Still fighting them a little today, but it's definitely a lot better today than it was yesterday. But that being said, we're just going to keep a calmer vibe, not be too stressed out about getting anything in particular done, just chipping away here and there at other things that could potentially benefit. But how are you guys doing? I see we have several of you with us right away. Of course, we've got Q, and so we've got Rosie, we've got Void, Sleepy, Pyro, and Friendly, and everybody else who might be lurking. Now, hopefully we won't have to end the stream short today, but it is kind of a possibility. It's just been a rough flare this month. I don't know why the symptoms have been so much worse than it has been in the last couple of months, but I'm hoping the worst is behind me now. As long as you take care of you, that's what we're worried about. Thank you, Void. I'm doing my best. I got several hours of kitty snuggles yesterday, just what the doctor ordered. And I've got absolutely nothing pressing on my plate right now other than trying to get the player done as soon as we can because the ARG appears to have reached its completion as of yesterday.
Sleepy Blue Alive just cheered 20 bits.
Oh, thank you, Sleepy. Ended up getting caught up on some much-needed sleep, and I went to sleep at 9 p.m., woke up at 3 a.m., saw that you weren't streaming, and ended up going back to sleep until 12 today. Well, good. I'm glad that you're getting plenty of sleep. We all need that. Doing decent, making a little doodle for a friend of mine. It's good to hear. Sleep is definitely something I have been lacking. It seems like no matter how many hours I try to get in, it's just too restless right now. But hopefully by this weekend that'll change. So today we are going to pick back up working on the player again. We've got some texture work we need to do, and we've got a prop to make, starting with our previous prop of what was originally Catnap, which we then later turned into Bobby Bear Hug, this is kind of a hybrid between the two, I'd say. But we need to turn this into Hoppy. I'm thinking the only thing that we really need to change to do that is the ears and our little charm. I'm still trying to decide for sure if I want to settle on Hoppy before we do that, though. Eventually I will make a pack of just all of them. It's more so just trying to figure out who should have which plush. If I had done the rest of the bigger bodies, I would have had Kick and Chicken have Hoppies. And vice versa. I've been playing the horse anime game. I keep seeing little bits and pieces of that. I can't say it's of any interest to me. But I'm glad that those who do enjoy it have been able to have a good time. I'm thinking we might be able to get away with just stretching these ears. But I don't know if Hoppy has an inner portion of her ears. Oh, she does. Here, let me save an image so that we can have this as a reference in the background. And I guess we'll just hope and pray that Blender can open up a WebP, because I'm really tired of converting these fucking things. Oh, it's huge. There we go. I'm gonna chill here for a bit, but I might end up sleeping soon. This is a good place for that sleepy. It's fair, no matter the game, there's always people out there who won't enjoy that type of game. Very true. And it's not that it's something that's like a bad game or anything. Just purely not my tastes is all. And that goes for a lot of anime games. Absolutely nothing wrong with them. I'm just not the target demographic is all. I'm gonna move these ears a little more up onto her head. But I don't think we're gonna have to change the topology at all. Hopefully, anyway. Hello, Soulstone. I hope you've been doing well. Thank you so much for the lurk. What is even the point of a WebP? They're so annoying. They really are. I don't know why anyone uses them. There's plenty of people who don't like sandboxes like Minecraft or platformers like Mario, and they aren't wrong for not liking the games. It's just a matter of opinions and taste. Absolutely. I think we should straighten the ear a little more before I do that. It seems like I kind of wasn't being super careful with my topology the first time around. What is a WebP? When you pee on the web. In Soviet Russia, WebP on you. No, I'll be honest, I don't know what a WebP file is even intended for. It seems like it's just a PNG with extra steps. I'm gonna do something a little weird. I'm going to go ahead and smooth this whole area out some. I just don't really like how it looks.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
On a 41 stream streak, holy shit, Pyro. Kudos to you guys who have been able to keep up with those. Actually, Pyro, aren't you doing a big stream event for yourself for the new release of the Poppy Playtime chapter as well? I saw you were working on a countdown. Favorite is when a site stores files as WebPs but won't accept them as uploads, i.e. you can upload your own PNG or JPEG, but it will be used as a WebP on the site, and you can't upload WebPs. Oh hell, my avatar froze already? Quality start to the stream. Yeah, so chapter 5 is releasing. Oh, hold on, now my mic's not working. Wait. Hello? Testing? There we go. Yeah, chapter 5 is releasing not this upcoming Wednesday, but the Wednesday after, the 18th. Which is, ironically, an international holiday. The International Day of Women and Girls in Science, which is all the more reason to believe in the theory that the new character Lily Lovebraids is Stella Graber. Unfucking believable. Do have a favorite horse from the anime game, being Oguri Cap, pronounced Oguri Cap. And I think the reason is because they just give neurodivergent horse whose special interest is food and racing. Yeah, if you guys haven't been keeping up with it, the ARG has been updating every Wednesday. So there's still a chance that we might have one last update in store. But I don't know, that last one was quite a doozy. I don't know how there's anything else that they could add to it that's not going to immediately spoil huge parts of the game. To those who may not have been keeping up with it, there's some pretty important details that they've been dropping. And some new characters that we've been introduced to, or kind of reintroduced to. I guess formally introduced to would be the better way to word that. But one thing's for sure, I already have to change my bingo card. There's at least like 3 things that have already come true from that last ARG update. Want to see more characters than just the cardboard cutouts? I'm hoping that we will. They've said that the CEO himself has said that this is going to be their longest chapter yet. And I'm hoping that with all of the teasing that they've done, I'm hoping that they've kept it secret whatever we're actually going to see. I've got a sneaking suspicion that we might be getting some new bigger bodies that we've wanted to see, that we've seen depicted in a couple different ways, but never actually seen on screen. My biggest suspect so far is that we might actually get to see a glimpse of Daddy Longlegs. Final trailer is releasing on the 11th? Okay. Good to know. These are very lumpy ears. I actually started to do a couple of doodles last night, just in anticipation and excitement for new potential designs we might get to see. Although Daddy's technically not a new design. We've actually seen a version of his model canonically already. At least if you count the reskins in Project Playtime as canon. Which, for some of them, I do. Others are not so much so. We don't talk about Box Shibu. Dude, what happened to this whole everything? Oh, you're such a lump. Just posted my socials on the countdown. Thank you for the reminder. Oh yeah, sure. I had seen in one of your last ones that you said you were having a hard time because of work and everything. I'm sorry it's been so busy for you lately. Just watched season 1 of One Punch Man. Loved it, but I won't forget how bad the season 3 was. I don't think I've seen season 3. I gotta get caught up on One Punch Man. That's like one of the animes I do actually really like. How's our favorite Vaporwave Raptor doing today? Hello, foe. I'm doing much better today than I was yesterday. Alright, that's a little better anyway. Let's get back to stretching them out. Man, Hoppy's got some really long ears. Keyframe sliding down animation got me laughing so much. Also, finally got the new Animal Crossing update content, and it's annoying me because it's just the Happy Home DLC that you had to pay for, but now it's free. Can you see, or can you say that you should expect anything else from Nintendo at this point, though? I mean, I agree, that's bogus. But that also is very on brand for Nintendo. Modern Nintendo, anyway. Also heard a rumor that Hoppy is going to be an antagonist in Chapter 5. How is that possible? We have no confirmation of Hoppy's death. We do have confirmation that Hoppy was a survivor in Safe Haven, which supposedly could take place as far as, well, after the Hour of Joy, obviously, but as after Dog Day's demise. A lot of people are speculating, and I don't know if this is just because of the desire of wanting it to happen, or because there's any kind of actual evidence of it. I haven't seen any. But a lot of people really want Dog Day to come back, if only to sacrifice himself to save the player. I really don't see them doing that, though. Dog Day was supposed to have a much greater role than he ended up getting, but he did kind of get filled to the brim full of other creatures. Now, don't get me wrong, I love Dog Day. I would love to see more Dog Day. But I also think that how he, quote-unquote, dies is fitting. You ask me, Crafty Corn should be in the chapter. Her cardboard cutout from 3, she survives that scream. They all do. Yeah, so a lot of people are speculating that Crafty is the one who wrote to us. And that she is the one who has left all of the crayon drawing messages in the vents, specifically the ones that Huggy chases us through in Chapter 1. And the only thing of note, really, that leads us to believe that could have been Crafty is that it's all in red. Which is not entirely true. There's a lot of colors. So it's not a very firm theory, I'd say. But I'd love to see Crafty. If only just because she's my favorite. Not really, but that's genuinely miffed me. Because I paid for the Happy Home DLC when it came out, and now over 4 years later, it's just, oh yeah, all that interior decoration stuff that you paid for, now it's free. Yeah. It's a very reasonable thing to be upset over. I'm just tired of the smiling/nightmare critters. I want to get back to Chapter 2 characters. I want Boxy. Like, our poor guy, he just hasn't had any fucking main screen time at all. He's been mentioned so many times. Like, I don't know if they're going to keep this as a running gag or what. But the fact that poor Boxy has never had any actual, real, important role whatsoever in the main line outside of spoken. Give us our boy. Hmm. This is a bit of a problem. I think we need to slide all of these down a bit. Now we have those inside outimals. It's wrong side outimals. I keep getting it wrong myself, so I have to keep manually correcting myself anytime I see it the other way. It's just look like the Fugler things that I've seen in show, or that I sent in Show and Tell on Tuesday. Yeah, they don't look good. And I'm still convinced that they are truly just another remesh of the Nightmare Critters, Smiling Critters, again, as a filler villain. The only running gag that I see is Bonzo and Brawn being punching bags of the series. They, in particular, are always on spikes or being hanged. We need more Cat B, especially. But not as a punching bag. I've been too busy with my IRL job to look at Discord. Yeah, so they've really been pushing Brawn this chapter. And I'm one of those believers who is in firm denial that that last video that they shared with us, I'm unconvinced that that was Thomas. And I'm unconvinced that if it was Thomas, he is dead. I feel like they've kept us in the dark for way too long, and they're deliberately trying to make us think that absolutely under no condition could Thomas be the main character, because he's dead. He's totally dead. Look at him. He's splattered all over the wall. But then seconds later, you're going to show me Franken-Preston. Nah. So here's my current theory. I think that the prototype has used Preston's meat body, because we never get to see Preston's face. That's deliberate. We see Jessica's face from the get-go, and we know she was directly tied in with Thomas. She was the one who did his whole chart and everything after the surgery. I think we've been duped. Thank you for the posture check, Q. And the big stretch from Sleepy.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
We don't need to save just yet, but I can always hydrate. This was a very avoidable topology issue that I've run into here. I am going to be a little aloof today in my process, and that is purely because, again, just kind of dealing with the aftermath of this flare. The brain fog is strong. Frag, you know how I had that job fair yesterday that I had to wake up early for? Turns out I had been given the wrong time and showed up 2 hours early. I was told it was at 8 a.m., but I arrived and got told, nope, 10 a.m. Well, I hope that that went in your favor with the actual job fair itself. God knows they love early risers. That's super annoying, though.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch! How's it going, Kohi? I could have gotten an extra 2 hours of sleep. Yeah. Well, that helps sort out some of that topology issue. Not sure what happened there. I'd like to move this one up a little bit more in the back. Instead, I had to wander around a shopping center for 2 hours that didn't even have any places open yet. Oh no. Got a day for being dizzy due to new medicine, but now it's chill, so a chill-free day. I'm sorry to hear about that new medicine making you dizzy, but I'm glad to hear that you've got the day off to relax. I can join you in the dizzy gang right now, because goodness knows the vertigo for this specific flare has been out of control. Definitely still fighting a little bit of that today, but nowhere near as bad as it's been all week. Really, the thing that I'm afraid of the most right now is just having a sudden migraine show up out of nowhere. But so far, so good. Hello, Metal. You need a ver to stay. Little critter plushie from Poppy. Yeah, we're working on Hoppy Hopscotch right now. This is going to be a prop that will be added to the player model that I've been working on. It shouldn't take us too terribly long to get this one done, because we are just about finished with it already. Actually, let's slim the ears up a little first. Or rather, let's just slim the center area, because it doesn't look like hers is very large compared to Catnap and Bobby's. Actually, now that we just did that, it looks like we're going to have to cut the UVs a little differently. What's the difference between a bad golfer and a bad skydiver? Beats me! One goes whack fuck, the other goes fuck whack. We are going to have to fix this one because this is right where we're going to have to cut a new seam in our UVs to make that nice green tip on her ear. Didn't really think about that originally, but better to catch it now than never. Hey, Kirk. I'm doing all right. Better today than the last few days, but hanging in there regardless. How've you been? One thing I will say, I wish my vision would stop going blurry here. I'm okay. My oldest kit is sick right now, so currently looking after him. Oh no. So sorry to hear that. I hope he gets better soon. Cats always have such a hard time when they get sick. They're not graceful at it. That's probably good for the ears. I don't know if we should make them puffier in the back or what. Maybe a little. We'll take the tip of the ear up here too and drag them forward a bit. It's time! Nothing can go wrong with Parco Fagore. Boing boing. Boing boing.
Hey, come on!
Moge. Pichi wo moge. Thank you so much, Kirk. You have blessed our stream with Parco Fagore. I really should make a dancing emote for Popple doing Parco Fagore's dance. Alright, this hoppy doesn't have to be perfect. I'm going to slide this over this way and rotate it. Alright, yeah, I'm really not going to worry about that being too perfect. Because these ears will be flopping around too much to really pay attention to it anyway. Probably don't need this much topology going on back here either. What can we merge? We'll worry about it later. Now, did you all have this nose, or did I make that one a heart specifically for Bobby? I feel like I made that one a heart specifically for Bobby. And we need to go ahead and delete the back part of the heart, because this needs to become a lightning bolt. Found Shada's favorite Umamusume being El Condor Pasa. They are apparently Latina. I don't know what that word is. Wee. That's not what I want at all. I want you to be flat from this angle. But you don't want to do that. So we'll just make you do that manually. I'm aware of what a Latina is. Thank you, Q. Umamusume is the name of the horse racing game. Oh, okay. That's the one I didn't know. All right, I know that one's on an angle, so I'm going to change this up to be more how I wish this would be shaped. So admittedly, I'm not a big fan of it currently. And again, I do apologize if I'm not super engaging today. It is going to be a quieter day. I am still fighting this flare. A lot of it's still just headachy, nausea-y. So I will not be quite as enthusiastic for bits and gags and all that. Mostly just trying to focus on the work today. I really am not a big fan of how that lightning bolt looks. I'm going to pull up a different picture, see if we can get a more direct shape. No, that really is just how it looks, huh? Okay. Make it a little bigger anyway. Oh, and our ads are going to start up any minute now. It's not as straight as I would like it to be, but it will do. All right, let's fill in these polygons. Normally I try and make these a little bit 3D, which means I'm going to have to do that a little differently.
Security alert! Security alert! Woo, 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 woo!
Nicop0L0 has raided the channel with 4 eggs.
And right in the middle of the ad break. Oh no. Nico! Let me get you a shout out real quick. I am so sorry that the ads are running though. But thank you so much for the raid. I'll try and touch back on that when you're not stuck up in ad hell. We've still got about 1 minute and 40 seconds. Ads should be almost over. Got like 10 seconds left. There we go. All right, ads should be completely over now. So welcome, everybody. Welcome, Nico. Thank you so much for the raid. You have thrown the eggs everywhere. Let's gather those back up. Looks like a couple people got stuck as well. But welcome. How was your stream, Nico? What were you doing today? Played more of Expedition 33. And hello, Robipple. It's good to see all of you. Oh, there's a bit of a delay on that shout out.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Rosie. I suppose we are ready to do a new save file for this. Well, happy to have you here, Nico. Sit back, kick your feet up. Have a nice big relax session while we work on some art here. Big number bonking. And to any of you who have come from this raid who aren't familiar, I am FragRaptor, or otherwise known as Moss. I'm a variety streamer and I do artwork and video games. We do drawing on Tuesdays, we do games on Wednesdays, and we do 3D modeling on Thursdays. And today we are working on Hoppy Hopscotch, the plush version, as a prop for our player model for the upcoming release of Chapter 5 of Poppy Playtime. We have already made Bobby Bear Hug, and we have already made Catnap. So using that same base as before, we are making another smiling critter.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Sleepy. We did just save. All right. Now we can poke that forward just a smidge like that, and that will hopefully create a little bit more of a puffy 3D effect. Have a little vape and get some tea. Oh, that's a lovely combination. All right, we're going to take this whole thing, we're going to duplicate it, and take those raised edges, Oops, sorry about that. Had to go check on something. All right, grab all of our raised edges. And we're going to take them back this time. So they'll be puffier on the backside. All right. Now all we should need to do here is fill in these edges, which is a very fun little trick you can do with Blender. You just have to grab your two outer edges and then hit F to fill. And grab that inner edge that it creates and follow it all the way around. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm not really happy with how wonky it sort of is, but I really don't want to spend a ton of time on this. Because at the end of the day, it is just a plush. It's a prop. It's not meant to be the main feature or anything. Of course, we still want it to look good. I'm going to do a real quick cut. Both here, here. It's very confusing with it being this color. Hold on. Oh, that's just the little stream avatars dinosaurs down there, Robipple. Every once in a while, they'll drop a star, and the star will float around above your heads until it eventually runs into somebody or somebody jumps to catch it, and it gives you some points that you can spend on things like bombs and eventually other things, but I don't have a shop set up just yet. So it's mostly just there for the time being. Unless you're someone like Foe or Locke, who are constantly trying to blow each other up. Now we do want to take our outer edge for all of these and put a sharp on it. May or may not regret doing that. Of course, it's already fairly sharp because even though we have Shade Smooth on, it doesn't want to pay attention to that. Ah! Oh, and this is a great thing to point out right now. Okay. So if you are ever interested in learning Blender and doing any kind of 3D modeling, sometimes you'll encounter a situation where funky stuff like this starts to pop up. Things where it seems like the shadows just don't know what the fuck they're doing. And on surface level, it's really hard to tell what is going on with this and what's causing this if you don't really know anything about Blender yet. Let me turn off our armature. Here we go. So it's almost like there's a big chunk here that's just not right or been cut out. And so if you ever see anything like this, the first thing that you want to check is your normals. And I can tell right away something's off. Something has been inverted. We will go up here to our overlays, and then we're going to show the face orientation. And sure enough, there it is. So everything that's red here is inside out. Or, well, I should say outside in, or whatever. something's been inverted on it that shouldn't be like that. So it's an easy fix. You just select all of the red parts and say Alt-N, flip. Or you can try and just recalculate the normals by selecting the entire thing, Alt-N, recalculate outside. Usually it can figure itself out when you do that. So we're going to grab those edges all again. We're going to make them all sharp. Okay. I'm debating getting rid of some of these, actually, because I don't think we need them. Like you. Inner edge we do need, but this outer edge, I don't think so. And same with this other one down here. Kind of debating if we need this one either. All in all, though, I'm doing all right. Just resting my head for an avatar jam happening tomorrow. Ooh, that's exciting. What kind of rules are there going to be? Or what challenge are you guys going to be doing? I think the last one that I saw some people were working on was like a 24-hour one. Whoops. Hold on, we've got an Engon going on back here. Where'd you come from? Guess we just forgot to delete you. No Engons. They're not good for you. Kind of thinking we just get rid of this curved point. I don't know. It's a 48-hour time limit to make a space-themed VRC model from scratch. Oh, that's exciting! Will you be streaming while you're working on it? Because if so, I will definitely be tuning in. I think I am going to get rid of that. Thank you. Merge at center. No. Yeah. Don't stream yet anyhow. There's a big chance Burley will be streaming the event, though. Hell yeah. Yeah, Burley was one of the ones that I had seen last time there was some sort of avatar jam. I think it was it a 24-hour challenge? One of these days I'll have the time to actually commit to something like that, because I think those things are so fun. right, Robibble. If you're not able to make it back, I'm very glad I got to see you for a little bit. I don't want to make it too simplified, but at the same time, the less poly count, the better. Oops. Why am I doing this on this screen? Doesn't really look as good without those rounded corners now, huh? Now, we can go the extra mile and merge these too, so it's even more simplified. Does that help or make it worse? It is very unappealing. So I'm going to allow it to have the extra topology just because it looks better. Really just isn't a shape that wants to exist. Wonder if it would have been better to do that differently. Let's expand this though. So I feel like if anything, maybe we need to embrace the roundness.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch. Hello, Tot. The hell is happening there? Whatever it is, I'm not a fan of it. Hmm. Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of that shape at all. No sorry, Bob. That would be part of the problem. Hello? Where did that go? Oh, wow. Thank you for the posture check, Kohi. This is so not cash money. Come back when you're a little richer. Taxes are annoying. Yeah, they are. Still lurking. Sorry, just needed to vent. Oh, no, it's welcome here. Tax season is upon us, and it is a nightmare. I'm debating if I want to keep it this beveled metal look, because if I do, we're going to have to get rid of this corner, I think. But it does seem a little more intentional looking anyway. Welcome back, Nico. Got distracted by RuPaul. It's an easy thing to get distracted by. See, I don't know if I like the idea of doing that sharper corner or not. Let's try it with one that's already here. Okay, yeah, no, I don't like that at all. So do we get rid of all of the sharper angles? Keep it a little smoother like we did with Catnap and Bobby. It's probably the better way to do it. That being said, I think I do want to pull it out more. Make it puffier. All right. Is it perfect? No. Does it need to be? Also no. It just needs to be. Because this is just an accessory that we were throwing onto this as an additional thing since it was available. I think we're going to move that bone further up, actually. All right. And we'll adjust our nose. Because again, I'm not sure if we made this heart-shaped on purpose. Actually, I can go check that right now. Let's save this and go check Dog Day. Okay. And it does look like Catnap also has kind of that heart-shaped nose. So we'll leave it. And that just means all we have to do now is rearrange the bones for the ears. We will actually add a bone. Looks like her ears... Looks like they put 3 bones in her ears. But I don't think we need to aim for accuracy here. We're going to keep Bobby's tail. I think that's a good tail for her still. Rename this Hoppy. All right. Now, everything should already be weight painted perfectly fine, with the exception of these ears and the charm. So let's grab our armature, grab our mesh, go to weight paint mode. We are going to firmly secure these ears to the top of the head. And remove them from the bottoms of the ears. So now you can see that they are connected with that red line. As should the rest of the body and stuff be. No? No. Apparently not. Not totally sure why, but that's okay. Everything works for catnap and dog day, so we're not going to mess with it too much. Oh, hey, actually the charm's completely weight painted still, how it should be. Except for something. What else is tied to you? The ears! And the head? Odd. There we go. Now you are all uniform to that bone. We want to rename this one. This is going to be ear 2L and ear 2R. We kind of want to steal this portion of the head's weight painting. I wonder if we can steal that a different way. Base of the ears looks like bendy. I've been wanting to do a bendy model. I think I want to try something. Okay. I'm going to take the weight painting data from this one for the head and rename it ear 1L. And then for the other one, do the same thing, ear 2 or ear 1R. And hopefully this will convert both of those together. Let's find out. Okay. Yeah, looks like it. We just need to worry about the head portion. So what have we got this at? Oh wait, no, we can just change that to 0. So we'll remove you and remove you. Add a new group. Call it head. and assign it 100%. Okay, and then we should be able to just rejoin that to the body. And hopefully it all carried over. Look at that. Beautiful. Now, how does it bend? Badly! That's okay. It's an easy enough fix.
Miko_Washir can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, Miko. Asamood just playing Pokemon Battle Sim because I already drank my tea. You guys are making me want a cup of tea so bad. It's not exactly something I can just leave stream to go do for however long that's going to take to do, though. Ah, you see, Nico, that is the problem. It is never a 5-minute break for me. Because if I'm going to get up and get a cup of tea, then I'm probably also going to be making a cup of tea for my mom. And we both take our tea different ways. And while I'm making it for her, she'll take it upon herself to come help me make the cup of tea for her, which will immediately end up in a conversation that will take far longer than 5 minutes. Yeah, see, you get it. I feel like this didn't really do much to help me, honestly. I could have just done this from scratch and not had it be like this. Oh well, live and learn. We really just want this to move enough that it's floppy. I think we're at a good spot for that, actually. However, this needs some work. Just a little, just enough. Hmm. What is going on with this one? Here we go. Fixed it, whatever it was. Okay. Now, good on the twist. Honestly, I think it's good enough. So that being said, let's go ahead and get rid of our reference here. We don't need that anymore. Completely forgot to share a drawing I finished a few days ago. Oh, wow. Thank you, Rosie. Sent it in Art Share for whenever you want to take a gander. Let me go see now. Oh my gosh, you guys have shared more amazing art. Y'all, if you haven't taken some time to see some of these keyblades that Foe has been designing, they are so crazy detailed. He just made... How many more did you make last night, Foe? Oh my god, buff Boris! I love him. He's shredded. You know, you say you're not used to drawing masculine figures, but this reads beautifully. He gives me a very similar body type to, like, Glamrock Freddy, if not maybe even a little bit huskier. He's like a good mix between Glamrock Freddy and Glamrock Monty. His name is Kane. He's got beef with Benjamin. Twink versus Twonk. Trying out an elderberry lemon tea with ashwagandha. Tell you how it goes soon. Man, you guys are not going to give up on the tea thing. I'm going to have to take... Oh, look, our ads start in about 8 minutes. I'll take that as a perfect break to go make myself some tea, too. You've convinced me. All right, so here's our dilemma. Now that we've made Hoppy, thank you, baby! Now that we have made Hoppy, we have to export her UV map, which is going to be a little bit of a problem because, if you guys remember, I made Catnap originally without the intent of making additional Smiling Critter plushies. So this UV map is a little mixed in with Dog Day's other stuff, his belts and his sweater. So we're going to have to figure out what to do with this. We can add this to the player. But I'm thinking the player really needs some optimization. I really don't like how many different meshes or material slots they've got going on at the moment. So why don't we go ahead and export this as an FBX and add this to the player's model. Actually, no, we can't do this. We have to do that in Unity. This is going to be a series of new things for me. Do we have a root for you? We do not have a root bone for you. So we'll just have to use your torso for that. All right, well, before we do that, let's go look at the player and see what we can do to optimize him. So, hello, player. You and your googly eyes. So if you guys remember correctly, we do have our floating hand armature, which you can kind of see parallel to the posed hand armature. One thing I realized that I can do to cut down on our material slots is this static cuff. I had it as a separate part of the mesh originally, so that when we have our resting hands, the cuff is connected to the wrist, so we don't see that weird gap between that and the rope. Because if I turn that off, you can see we've got our rope just kind of like sticking out. That's not really great. But this one, we can merge this actually with our hand and create a shape key that will go alongside with our orange hand and our omni hand that will shrink this on the inside, as opposed to needing to have it be a separate mesh. But the only problem with that is we're going to have to re-record some of our animations to fix that. And I'm a little worried about that because so much of that, all those animations are so delicate right now. But I think that that'll be a good plan. So I'm going to go ahead and do just that. I am going to make the shape key first. And to do that, we're going to go inside of our hand, of our palm. We'll just select this whole loop and put the cursor in there. So that's going to be directly on the inside of our hand. Approximately where we want it. Now back to our cuff. Let's turn the armature off so we don't have to be distracted by it. And what we're going to do is going to use our 3D cursor as our anchor point. And for this, we are just going to shrink into that anchor point. So not only is it going to change the size of our cuff so it's smaller, but it's also going to bring it down closer to where our marker is. That way it just kind of disappears. And we want it to be far enough on the inside and small enough that... You know, I lied. We want to combine this with our other cuff real quick before we do that. Because we want them both to do this, and we can actually do this at the same time. So using our red one, it should mirror it over to our blue one as we do this. Yes, sirree, Bob. So we want to make it nice and tiny. That way, if anyone sticks their hand in here, or sticks their head in here and can see it, we can just hopefully won't see it on the inside. There we go. Itty bitty bitty bitty. Don't have to worry about it now. So easy as that. Now we just have a toggle that we've created that if we turn on and off, shrinks that out of view. And even better now, that can now be combined with the hand, and that saves us on literally half of the material slots for the swaps between the red hand. So we'll take our blue one, join it, take our red one, join it, and that leaves only this one, and we cannot do that with this cuff because this one shares weights with the wrist bone and the hand bone.
Way to go, superstar! I knew you could do it.
Weh, thank you, Rosie. But yeah, if the mesh shares weights, it won't ever be able to do that. Because even if we shrink it out of view, it's still, this part of that is still connected to a different bone. So when this hand stretches way out, it doesn't matter how shrunk this is. You're always going to see a garbled mesh still, even at microscopic size, shooting out with this hand. Hello, Eldersaurus! My goodness, you are here just in time for the ads to start in about a minute, and I'm going to actually be stepping away during that time because my chat has been talking about tea all day, and now I want some tea. So I have to take a break and go fix some, which is going to take a little longer than our regular 3-minute break, unfortunately. But until then, we are working on trying to optimize our friendly little guy here. I might even change up some of his expressions one last time before we go in for all of his final stuff. We do really want to make sure he is nice and optimized, though, and the biggest thing we need to do that on are, well, his balls. These balls have way too many polygons. How many do you have? Yeah, this one ball has almost 500 verts. So that's where the bulk of his heft has come from. That, and I'm pretty sure some of his... Yeah, I never went back and actually fixed up these lines and whatnot. But we'll get back to that very shortly. Until then, though, the ads are going to play any moment, and we will be right back. Go make some tea yourself. We'll all tea talk when we get back. We'll see you very shortly. All right, we are back. Sorry that took a little extra time. As I mentioned before, cannot make a cup of tea without making a secondary cup of tea for Mom. And we did get into a light conversation. But we are back now. I have my tea. I went with one of my favorites, salted caramel. But now I have to wait for it to cool off, so I'm inevitably going to forget about it until it gets cold. But that's okay. We've got plenty of work to do in the meantime. So right away, we're going to start doing some optimization, at least getting rid of some of this higher poly count. We already went ahead and combined our cuffs to our hands. So now we're going to go in and start optimizing balls. To do that, let's go ahead and start hiding all of these bigger parts. We can hide our grab pack. So we don't need any of that. Look at all of those balls. So these are the parts that I know I didn't go back and do anything to make any better. And just these alone, they are all duplicated from each other, combined with our emote pieces as well. All of that is over 7,000 polygons. This is why I'm always so adamant about saying, go back, check your poly count. Ha ha, balls. Hello, Rosie. Review of the tea is above. It was something. Uh-oh. Not a good one, huh? Smells like hot, sick ass. Well, that's unfortunate. Fun things, I can now continue working on the angst doodle. The character is made of ink, so I get to be less perfectionist about how realistic the anatomy is. Yay! Can my dino have uppies? Of course! Meow. Also, Rosie, in case you didn't get to see, Kevin over here has gotten a new repaint for his dino. And in doing so, somehow he's also gotten a ridiculously tall name tag. I don't know why, it's all the way up there now. But that's just where it's decided to be now. I will be going back and touching it up. I'm not actually happy with how pale it is. I thought it was going to be overly saturated because I'm so careful with yellow. Yellow is a color that overpowers things very easily. But I was a little bit too careful, I think. I still want to go through and make a bunch of custom ones and a bunch of
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Rin. I hope you've been doing good. How do we get dinos? If you are a
If
follower...
you become lightheaded
Wait.
from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate as well. I'm doing good. Yesterday was bogus, but today I'm doing a lot better. In fact, the later into the day we're getting, the better I'm feeling. So I think we are finally over the hump of this big endo flare this month. But yeah, Nico, anyone who's a follower can hatch from their egg. You're all going to be eggs, but you can hatch if you go to the Stream Avatars button on desktop. That's the twinkle beside my head. If you float your mouse over it, you'll get two little icons, one for sound alerts and one for Stream Avatars. If you click on it, it should take a second to load, but it'll give you a list of dinosaurs that you can hatch into. If you're not a follower, you won't be able to hatch, but you can change what color egg you are, and you can also become a roaming egg, because we've got some different colored ones that roll around the screen, too. And eventually, I will get around to having a ton more custom colors to choose from. It's just that sort of got put on the back burner for the time being. I also wanted to make custom ones for all of my mods, but only a couple have them so far. Rosie and Locke, and I think Mew made her own, or his own. Tot has one. Some were easier to make than others because it was just a quick recolor, like Kevin's. But I want to do something special in the end, in the long run. Just too many projects. All right. We gotta start making these balls smaller. So we definitely don't need this many verts at all. Yeah, Fo, anytime that you want to, just let me know which dinosaur you'd like to use and I can send you the sprites for it right away. I don't think Locke's was much of a recolor either. His was just the base green Dilo, and I think I just put a little bit of orange on the frill. So pink! Here, Fo, let me send you that, because I do have it on hand right now. Hi, D. Cruz. Where did I save them? Were there any other dinos that you were interested in, Fo? Because I can send you any of them while I've got them open. I mean, you can combine other sprites if you'd like. Really, whatever you want to do with it. Isn't Synapse more based off of a Dilo? Oh, okay. Well, here, I'll send you a bunch of the other raptors just in case. Have at it. In fact, I think they all used the same base for each other. Oh shit, you're right. I'm sorry, I can't keep them all, keep track of them all. I know them when I see them, just the names I'm always bad with. It's like that with Pokemon too. I want to drink this tea, but it's still too hot. What are you making? We are still working on the player today, and we are actually working on optimizing him right now. So he's got a little bit of a higher poly count than I would like, and we are trying to resolve that. We can start by reducing the amount of polygons this direction. Usually I can cut them about in half without there being too much of a difference. Yeah, like I don't see much of a difference with that. Now the real tricky part is I don't know if we'll be able to get rid of that inner circle. We'll start by reducing it this much on all of them. Because for what works with one will definitely work for another. They are all duplicated from an original shape.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Q. And good night. I hope that you have a fantastic weekend. So to show you the difference of how that looks, I'm going to do Control Z and then redo it. Back and forth here. You literally cannot see a difference. So this is why I'm always a bit of a stickler for high poly counts. When you see people have definitely used the subdivide modifier, like you literally can't tell the difference right now. I'm going back and forth and you cannot see it. Only when you are super close, and even then. Like, high poly is not necessarily a good thing. In fact, we can go even lower on the side views of these. I see I already did it once on the lower one, but we're going to do it again on the upper one because it's not going to matter. You're really not going to see this. So we're going to take all of these inner loopies. Because at the end of the day, we're not going for Michael Bay. Like we are not going for hyper realism. We don't need all this. So again, turn that off, back and forth. You really can't see much of a difference. You can see it more from the side, where we definitely have a drop in the poly count. But the drop is so minimal compared to how much that we save. So just that alone. Let's see how much that poly count has changed. What were we at? We were above 7,000 before. We were like 7,500. We have saved 1,500 polygons already. That's it. That's all we did. I bet we could probably get rid of both of these without having much of a visual difference, but I do like the roundness of this piece. No, I'm going to say we can do it. I really don't see much of a difference. We'll do that on this side too. Stuff like this is really a game changer. And we don't need you, because you are a flat surface. And all of these are from using the subdivision modifier in the first place. It just likes to throw some extra shit down there that you just don't need. And subdivision is a good thing. It's how you get these shapes in the first place, but you always have to go back and just do a little bit of spring cleaning, that's all. Same thing goes for things like 5K textures. You see a lot of people who geek out about that sort of thing, and it's just pretty much completely necessary a lot of the time. And it's less of the 4K textures and more of like the 5K, the 8K, the 10K, or my favorite, the 14K. Like, who the fuck are you kidding, man? Nobody is looking that close at your avatar. I don't care what level of realism you are aiming for. It's just not necessary. I've been seeing a handful of other avatar creators finally being a little bit more open about their bitching in terms of people not optimizing their shit. And I'm really glad to hear it. Because I feel like for so long, it's just been me and like a handful of other people. It's about time. There's a lot more pixels than I thought. Uh-oh. Don't feel pressed. You guys ever have dreams at reoccurring places that aren't real? Very off topic, but I'm just now remembering. Now, when I get these big flares, like I've had this whole week that I've been having it, I tend to get really, really vivid fever dreams. And last night, I had one at a university that I've been to before in other dreams. It was like a combination university museum. But if you guys remember from when we played through that game, Ib had a lot of those vibes to it. Like the exhibits were kind of haunted. And something skeezy was going on with the university itself and the teachers and the buildings and the way it was built. But that, again, fever dream. Everything's kind of like that. But I've only had, I want to say, one or two other dreams at that place. But it's weird that it's been a reoccurring place. Especially since it's not real. I also have a mall that I will dream about quite often that is not real. I don't know if it's just the brain auto-filling in the gaps of familiar locations with kind of like the liminal space. Anything that is a sort of uniform building type. It's funny too, because if you're not somebody who is familiar with VR and you don't do a lot of VR, it'll become fairly normal to start dreaming about things from VR. The longer that you play and the more you get used to it. Like, I have dreams with a lot of my online friends in those dreams, just as the avatars that I'm used to seeing them in. Lock and Foe, you guys are in a lot of them. Like, you're usually just in the background filling random body count roles. Like, whatever crowd is necessary, you're usually a part of it. both Ted and I have said, like, at least for the first few nights I was staying up late on VR, we'd wake up the next day and, like, your hands don't feel like your hands. So the one that I remember getting a lot in the beginning that felt the most bizarre, I don't know how frequently this happens for you, Tot, because you're usually pretty stationary, but I'm not. And especially early on, I was standing a lot more often in VR. So it became fairly normal for me to be kind of mentally aware of where my boundaries were. Like physical boundaries for like where you can't move because there's a wall in the way, you know? So I started to like mentally anticipate where boundaries were or where my usual VR boundaries would be, where I know I can't cross over this area or else I'll hit a wall. That started to happen outside of VR. Like outside, it started to happen in dreams, but then it started to happen out of dreams. And I remember like very distinctively one night as I got in the shower, I was trying to just wash my hair and do the standard stuff. And I felt like the shower curtain was like my boundary. I was like, I can't, this is not normal. This is a phantom sense in real life. I roll around in bed, wonder how I end up facing the other way. All right, now, I feel like we could reduce some of these guys, but I'm iffy about it. I'm afraid if we reduce them in here, it's going to create weird shadowing. Maybe we'll just leave it. Because we have reduced them quite a bit. Our only other option would be to reduce this direction, which will make them much more noticeably low poly, which I don't really want. That's a little more than I would like. It's fine for the neck joints. Those are nice and tiny. But these are a bit more noticeable when they get bigger. All right, let's move on to all of our eyebrows and such. So if I remember correctly, we'll turn our googly eyes off for now. I don't think the teardrop ones, like the sweat drop ones, get used for anything other than the nervous, scared face. I don't think they turn into anything other than sweat drops. So we can reduce them however we want. And Lord knows they need it. What is a green green?
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Sleepy. We are actually going to save a copy of this. And a big stretch. Thank you again for the lurk, Soulstone. I hope you had a nice dinner. Tot, would you be okay if I play that clip? Can I share that with the world? All right, give me just a moment. Change your settings up. Oop, oop, oop. All right, before this fully plays, where's our volume on it? Here, let me put this behind our window too. It's not going to quite fit our window size, but that's all right. So, for a little bit of context, this was our weekend photo shoot where we were trying to get some images of Adam to put up with his Ko-fi listing, and Tot decided to come help us out. Tot was wearing Creatives, or a Creative Dragonlings Lucifer model, which again, if you guys are interested, I would love to link you to their stuff, because it is amazing. But Tot may have been a little bit sleep drunk at the time, because I managed to catch this amazing clip of Tot attempting to say the words green screen sphere. And that is not at all what Tot said. Enjoy. Let me go ahead and mute the music so you guys can hear it without that. Your settings up. I accidentally set my gravity to 0 and now I'm floating.
What is sphere green sea green mean?
You want to try that again?
How do you do the gravity to 0?
I gotta get that again. I gotta play it again. Sphere green screen. Change your settings up. I accidentally set my gravity to 0 and now I'm floating.
What is sphere green sea green mean?
You want to try that again?
How do you do the gravity to 0?
It just reminds me of Nala's World or whatever it is. Nana's World. Nana Land. NASA Peepo. Well, something's going on here. Let's fix that. Honestly, we could reduce this. I love that it's accentuated by an O at the beginning. Yeah, the iconic Tot. Oh. Hello, Katsu. I think I actually don't want to do this.
Oh, hi. Thanks for checking in. I'm
Still a piece of garbage. Oh, the problem with this is it's so tiny. Itty bitty bitty. does not want me getting in there to find out what is going on. So what we're looking at right now is what we like to call, in scientific terms, a hot mess. Hopefully everything that I'm doing is mirroring on this side too, because if not, this is going to be a huge mess.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 10 bits. Stinky, front-facing baby chick emoji.
Oh no.
Stinky, front-facing baby chick emoji. 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 Stinky, front-facing baby chick emoji.
She takes such a long pause.
Front-facing baby chick emoji. Stinky, 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 front-facing baby chick emoji.
Thank you, Katsu. Why are we stinky today, huh? Well, why is this being so sensitive? Whoa, 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 holy crap. Lordy, okay. Oh, wait. Oh, I can't do that yet. Gotta merge those guys first on the other side. Yeah, okay, yeah. No, this is a big mess over here. Why do I do this to myself? Cat stinky, I stinky, room is stinky. I know happy. Boy, that is a mood. I hope you can find the spoons to unstinkify soon. But if not, that's okay. You will get to them when you get to them. All right, now I think this is going to get pretty bunked up here, but it is what it is. It's not perfect, but what if we just merge all of you? I mean, that looks good enough to me. May not be identical, but oh. Wait, hold on. That's a different one. Ah. And we'll merge you guys. Because why not? The less polygon, the better. The GPU went full speed and no display on my monitor because I accidentally hit the desk and shook my PC a bit. Uh-oh. I hope it's okay now. Okay. We have reduced the polygons in the corner of that one. But there's still a lot going on in there that we don't need. And we got to do it to the bottom one down here too. I'm going to do it a little differently with this one. I'm going to very carefully take all of the similar ones and just smoosh them together, I think. That worked alarmingly well. Do it to the other side. Oh, ads are going to start very soon. Feels like today's kind of flying by. Maybe it's just because it's the first day that I've not had overwhelming brain fog in over a week. I'm going to take all of the tips, merge at center. All of the tips, merge at center. All the tips, merge at center. Merge at center. Merge it. Oh, not that. Merge at center. Ah, wow. What's up, Rosie? Did you plan on streaming today, Rosie? Oh, my tea is finally cooled off enough that I can drink it. Let's merge the center of this one as well so that we can get all of these little lumpy guys out of the way. Oh, that's right. It's Victor's birthday. Happy birthday. Birthday, Victor. I don't know why that stumbled. I forgot you mentioned that last night. I hope that he's having a good one. And good night, Sleepy. Get some good rest. Goodness knows we all need it. A solid night's sleep is self-care. At least that's what I've been told.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you so much, Sleepy. Oh my god, this one really does not want me to look at it. Okay, now we've cinched those little corner crumpled areas. That is the first part. Now we need to reduce the actual topology going on in the rest of them, because this is chunky. Absolutely no real reason for any of it. I feel like we can merge these two. It's funny because I'm sitting here brain buzzing over yesterday's new video. And I want to geek out about it, but like, there's not much to geek out about other than just, it happened. Which, like, yeah, I'm geeking about it. But we don't know what else is going to happen until it happens. So until then, I just have to sit here consumed with questions. A lot of people have been saying that the person in the video has been Preston, but I don't know. I don't know if it was Preston or Jessica. It felt like it was meant to be a punishment, so I want to say that it was Jessica. He was not happy with her. Mob entertainment really does have my ass sitting here like, I don't need sleep, I need answers. I'm thinking we can get rid of some of these. Wait, why did I make these so small? Uh-oh. Hmm. You know, some of those became a problem, so we'll just delete them. It happens. Did anybody else get fucked up? No? Let's keep it that way. Man, you guys were onto something with tea today. That was such a great idea. Thank you, baby. Well, hello, Kevin. Our security alert didn't go off. Why is that? Well, regardless of the fact, thank you so much for the raid. What do you mean sharpens claw? What are you gonna do, Lil Bold? Get raided, nerd. Streaming in the attic. Yeah, I had glanced over for a minute there and saw you were doing some kind of... It almost looked like one of those mobile games where you are like a single guy with a gun and you gotta keep shooting down an army of people. Is that wrong to say? To assume that that's what the attic is like? Looks like some of our dinosaurs are stuck after that. In fact, everyone appears to be stuck. Let's get you guys fixed here. Get all of our eggs back up. Oh, you're not an egg, you're sleepy. You're Katsu. Give me this egg. Ah, Soulstone, I dropped you. I'm so sorry. Give me give me the eggs. Everyone wants to be picked up but the egg. Scooch. Get rotated, Kevin. There we go. Where's Rosie? There she is. Give her her uppies again. It's honestly pretty close. It's like Brick Break, but no Brick Break. Oh, no brick and all break. Well, I'm glad you had a good time. What are your plans for the rest of the evening? I love your enthusiasm, little bulb. Oh, that's peculiar. Why is that happening? Interesting. Don't ask me what's even happening with this at this point. I've gone wildly off course with this. Let's undo all of that. Video formatting and chill. Everything's going pretty good with our player right now. We are just working on optimization. So we're taking all of these little itty-bitty parts that are kind of unseen and hidden that have way too many polygons, and we are reducing them so that they don't have anywhere near as many. Because right now these are like all of the internal mini lines that create the facial expressions. And how many do they have in total? All right, yeah. Current poly count for just those alone is in the 3K area, so we're gonna just make sure we cut that down as low as possible. It definitely does not need to be nearly as high. But you see, I am working so very small right now. And it's very difficult to get close enough to see it, so let's go back to our larger version. Since this is the only one that it really gets seen on anyway. Yes, hi Cat 2. You had done a redeem just as soon as the raid went through, and I apologize, I kind of overlooked that. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and just hope that these are symmetrical. If not, oh well. Oh my gosh, why? Why did I do this? You can tell this is an earlier part of the avatar. And what I mean by that is I was actually first learning how to do curves, which is curves is a tool or a way of doing certain sculpting, not just like hips. Because God knows the player doesn't have anything like that on him. But that's how I did all of these little shapes, and I maybe didn't do things totally correctly the first time, which is why I've got to go through and clean things up this time. Trying to catch up on art, struggling immensely. Oh no! You've got this, cat. Truth be told, I'm a little anxious. I want to try and get a cosplay done for my convention in March, and I'm debating if I have the strength to go out for Masquerade again. You see, you're debating it now, but you know as the time gets closer, you're gonna pull through. You're gonna be, like, fired up for it. You've got this. I do really miss cosplay. Okay, let's get this little guy up top now. I think we can remove a lot from you. Thank you. Had an idea for an act, but I don't know if I can pull it off, and signups are happening soon. It'll all be okay in the end. I'm just behind on all of my stuff, and catching up is feeling difficult. It can definitely feel overwhelming. Especially if you're on your own with it. But if you ever need a morale boost, or just a motivation boost, you know where to go. You come to us. We will be your hype guys. We'll get you so fired up for this, you have no idea. I love how it counts me as a raider from your stream. Weh. Did that for me once when Osaka raided me. Oh heck! Another raid! Why are our alerts not working at all? Welcome, Creative! I'm so sorry that it's not announcing anything. But hey, how's it going? What were you working on today? I'm sorry, Creative, I have failed you. Playing Outer Wilds for the first time! Yay! I've actually been playing it for the first time myself, too. What do you think of it so far? So creative, the clip. Oh. Alright, yeah, I can do that. Hold on. I'll have you know, Creative, Tot has been doing a wonderful job at living up to the expectations of exactly how smooth brain Lucifer can be. She's a wonderful advocate for showing your work. Give me just a moment to pull it up. Change your set. Here we are. I'll just leave it full screen because we were doing our photo shoot for Adam, and we were trying to get a couple of images and clips and stuff. We were trying to get also that picture of Lucy in the baby basket, which once I get those edited and looked at, I haven't had any time because I've been very much suffering through an endo flare this last week, so I've had no time for anything. But anyway, Tot was helping us with this photo shoot, and we had a moment where we all realized that Tot was a little bit more sleep deprived than we realized, because in one of the has-been worlds there is a green screen sphere, which Tot attempted to ask what that was, and as you'll see in the clip, that is not what came out of Tot's mouth. Things up. I accidentally set my gravity to 0 and now I'm floating.
What is sphere green sea green mean?
You want to try that again?
How do you do the gravity to 0?
Change your settings up. I accidentally set my gravity to 0 and now I'm floating.
What is sphere green sea green mean?
Sphere green sea green.
How do you do the gravity to 0?
I get so excited every time that Tot has a new thing to show me that they've added or that they've changed or that they've put on from other things that you've created. Recently, they just got the scary box that you created for him, and they're thrilled that they have figured out how to set it down in the world and leave it in a specific location. And they've even better, they've figured out how to upscale it to make it ludicrously huge. So now it's everyone else's problem. Oh, I swear, we're gonna have to drag you into our antics one of these days, anytime that you're around in VR. If I'm in the scary box, you need to be too. Let me in! Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I have you friended on VR chat, but if you would want to, like, let me know what your username and everything is, actually, no, I have it from where you uploaded the public version. I can just friend you over there. Because I do have that one favorited. But we will absolutely drag you into these antics. Like, I feel like, if anything, I felt bad that we've not had you there for this. Hi, Sassy! We did it, Rosie! We're stealing another! Subject creative to me. I feel like you're creative's biggest fan. Or well, I don't know. I feel like you're doing good justice to showing off the Lucy avatar for them. Which one, Rosie? I can pull it up. On the note of Lucifer, I've been screaming at Unity because his gestures are odd and dumb and I can't make it work. Oh no! What is it that's not working about them? See, here's the cool thing. Tot's been learning all of the VRC Fury stuff. So I don't know VRC Fury, I just know all of the base Unity stuff and all of that. So I can help you with anything that we have to actually go in and do the programming on. But now that Tot's learning the VRC Fury stuff, and I'm going to eventually learn it through Tot, we're going to be a powerhouse team, man. Not going to be a single problem we can't handle with an avatar. Me choking them for, or me telling them not to talk to my son. Oh, right. Okay, hold on. Let me get the... We got a couple of good ones for you. Let me just put this on my desktop for the time being. Oh, there was another absurdity that we accidentally created, which is the Council of Atoms. Harem. Problem is that I put his hands into fists when the sweater is on, and it's all fine and dandy until you use the gesture that turns on the middle finger emote, and then it just gets stuck until you turn the sweater off and on again. Oh no! As far as I understand, it's not turning back on to its original state, but I'm not sure I'll be able to do that with Fury. If you can't do it with Fury, I'm sure there's a way we can figure it out with base programming. I feel like I was the reason y'all turned off world volume because of the gavel. No, thankfully the gavel itself had a toggle to be turned off. There's another one. Oh, and that's something else that Tot decided to add, is a boop to your Lucy, that every time that he gets booped, he now does the iconic wah sound. Show big wings. Oh yeah. Tot has made an absurdly sized wing toggle for him. Let's see where those are. Yeah, here we go. Here's Big Bird Contest. Ooh. Oh, this one's much larger. Gotta scale it properly. Who can peacock the largest? Oh, creative. I'm going to sit down and do this with you sometime. We're going to sit down and do a whole bunch of the, like, I just want you to come up with a list of things that you want to do, and we will sit down and figure it out. Because I really want you to be able to get your full everything out of this that you want. Like, you've clearly been working so hard at it, and it's such an inspiration to see. If there is anything that I can help with, I would like to try. Contacts are pretty simple. It's just that sometimes they can be a little temperamental if you're doing anything other than just like a direct, if you boop it, it does this thing. Like for Adam, his is a proximity base, so the closer you are to the center of the contact, the more the boop activates. So if you're like easing your finger into his face, his tongue very slowly comes out. And the only thing that made that one an issue is the fact that it didn't have the correct speed. Like, you had to tell it how fast something has to be to activate it. And my dumbass was like, oh, well, this should be fast enough, and apparently not. You have to, like, punch him in the face to get it to work. And the fun thing is, with context, you can set it up, too, so that they'll only respond to specific commands from senders. So if you wanted to, we could even incorporate something that would only interact between the two of these avatars. I say that's very intrusive for me to invite myself in like that, but no, you can do it so that you can have your avatars have contacts that respond only to your other avatars. Like, a lot of people like to have it if their characters like have a little nose touch, then they would have like hearts appear if they're a couple or whatever, and it would only respond to that person's contact. It's pretty cool stuff, and it's actually very simple to do. It's more like a lock and key than anything. It's fair to ask, yeah, but I don't ever want anyone to think that I'm just like inserting myself in places I don't belong. I kind of feel like I've already done that enough as is, because every time you pop in, I'm like, oh, creative, look, we've got so much more stuff. I'm so excited. We were having some issues with the baby carrier, because it turns out if you have, what is it, OVR toolkit on, it doesn't work with that. That's the only thing that we found. And I'm going to make a note of that for when I make his listing. But if you do have OVR toolkit on and you try to sit in the baby carrier, it will kind of like push the character off to the side, which we found actually worked a little bit in our favor to make it look like he was sitting on Adam's shoulder instead. There was one picture, I'm trying to find it now. It's like an over-the-shoulder shot that I had. And I didn't realize at the time that, because Rosie was the Adam model. And she had the baby out. Yeah, here we go. This one's a transparent one. But, like, it looks like he's fighting Lucifer to protect Babel. We couldn't stop making jokes about how Adam looked pregnant the entire time, because he just sort of has that stance. Like the belly pushed out kind of stance of a pregnant woman. I'll have to DM you all of the pictures so that you can get a good look at any of them and use them if you'd like. Admittedly, we don't have a lot of good ones of Lucy with him just yet, because we were mostly just kind of getting the giggle fits out of the way the first night. But there will be many more, and you will definitely get to see all of them. Actually, I don't think I'm in your server. Where can I get a link to that? Is that on your Twitch page? I'm sure it is somewhere. Let me go take a look just to be sure, if I'm not already in there. Yeah, there we go. I got it. I'll go through and get reactions and everything after stream. But that'll make it a little easier to be able to send stuff back and forth and whatnot, and try to get in touch and actually get some time where we can sit down and look at things. But yeah, we're not doing anything fun today, unfortunately. We're just doing optimization stuff for the player avatar because Lord knows I had way too many polygons floating around in here where I was using subdivision for everything. I completely forgot about all of his little facial expressions. So we're just going in and making it not so chonky. Optimization go brr. It really does. It's like the worst part because you know you could get away with it and you just don't want to because you know people are going to want it to be better and you only have to do it once. No one else has to do it if you do it once. But you still have to do it that once. And like, God damn it, I already made the whole fucking thing. What's happening here? Did I already start on that side? Oopsie. Oh well. Little asymmetry hasn't hurt anyone. I genuinely don't know what happened here. How much can I decimate without people noticing? Yes! Fuck it. We'll make you match. One less polygon. Is that gonna look good? It looks okay enough. Same thing with features. How many people will actually care? Will adding this half-heartedly get me more compliments, or would axing it be best? That's the biggest struggle. Because there's so many little details that we just cannot tell whether or not that's something people want, or if it's something that they're going to overlook, or if it's something that's going to be glaringly obviously bad. Personally was a huge fan of the hat size toggle. Biggest reason I wanted to try and get this hand thing fixed via VRC Fury is because I don't want people who have their own setups to have to redo everything. Gotta be careful when changing stuff after release. Absolutely. I mean, it's been amazing watching your whole process too, because I don't know how to do anything with VRC Fury, and the fact that you've been able to, and to do so in ways that are updatable later on, like to be able to add the outfits and whatnot. It genuinely seems like VRC Fury is a lot faster for that sort of thing. I've messed something up here in these corners. But I don't know what. I think I combined these two. If I didn't before, I'm going to now. Actually had a dozen people ask for it beforehand, so I kind of knew it would go over well. It's faster, but you have less access to the back-end stuff, so when you hit issues, you have less options. Ah! I think we can get rid of this bottom one. Adding the holiday outfit was fairly simple once the update was there for me. Just had to do a little bit of work to get the hair to work with it correctly. And I'm glad. 2.0 had a few things that should make future outfits work better. I've seen it as a nice opportunity to learn things. That too! Not me over-engineering my boyo so future outfits will work better. I really try my best to future-proof my Abbies. It shows. No, the amount of work that I've seen you pour into this avatar really does show just how much forethought there was. And that is something that does not get enough appreciation. It's very easy to glance over it and be like, you know, well, of course that's there because that should have been there to begin with. No, it's so much harder to include some of these things than some people realize. Or to remember to include them early enough on that it doesn't wreak havoc on the rest of the avatar. The only thing I've had trouble figuring out is how to make him not just end up naked with some of the outfit toggles. Just accepted that I'm going to flash people before I can toggle some pants back on for now. But again, is that not in character? There's definitely a wrong count here. Which one of you is an extra? I think it's the top one. Actually learning that too. I think you can use something called exclusive off state thing, which I think makes something as default when everything else with that tag is off. Still working on figuring it out myself. It's under the Options tab in the toggles, if that helps. Exclusive off state works if you want it back. Oh, want it to turn back to something, yes. But then I made it so that I could just... Oh, so then it made it so that I couldn't turn it off if I wanted to. It just stayed on. Ah. That is a bit of a pickle. You gotta be able to flash folks when you want to. We can probably get away with killing a couple more of these, but not a whole lot. So I'm not going to worry about them. Let's worry about the rest of the eyebrows. I was wondering if I could make like an empty/naked blend shave or animation or something to have that be the toggle, but I'm not smart enough to do that. I mean, again, I don't know how VRC Fury works, but if you have it set to that toggle that you're talking about, is it just a matter of having it be a set animation that it would default to? Because if that's the case, recording the animation, that's really easy. You've already done stuff like that, Tot. Pants actually don't save between worlds to avoid that whole accidentally flashing people thing. I feel like I break something every time I try and make an animation. Oh no, we can fix that. As long as you're making a duplicate beforehand, you should be okay. Let me go through these one more time. Do we ever use that inner thing for anything other than that inner mark? We don't, so why the hell? We need to get rid of all of this. Oh, and it's an odd number too. The way the pants work is an object toggle that is default on, if that helps. You can absolutely change it to be some kind of animation if you want those. Super duper easy. It's tempted to make the booty shorts the exclusive off state when that outfit is done. So that instead of naked, it's just booty shorts. I know what kind of animation would work the way that you want it to, but replacing the object part would be easy. It's so funny to see the difference in how these models get set up too, because I'm so used to doing it this way, which is like all of your stuff is kind of just all already on the model all at once. And then once you get into Unity, that is where you do all of like the different toggles and whatnot of setting it off and on, like blip blip and all that. But it's done, it seems to be done in a very different way with VRC Fury. It's probably not nearly as difficult as I am imagining it to be, but I've hyped it up for so long in my head to be this big, scary, unapproachable thing. I'm almost positive that we can probably remove half of these without it looking too bad. Issue I have is that VRC Fury yells at you if if a toggle turns off something that another object toggle turns on, so I can't just have another part of the toggle that says turn off pants or it breaks. VRC Fury only changes how you do the Unity side. Trust me when I say you're going to see how it works and facepalm at how simple it is. Oh no! Yeah, Kevin, this is creative! Is this the first time you guys have gotten to formally meet? You learned how to do it. I'll remind you, I'm stupid. Your work always looks so amazing. Just really wanted to tell you. Aww. I mean, much as we've been geeking out over your Lucifer and everything, I'm so excited to see what other models that you plan on making, like, way further down the line, because you have such a cool style with how you're doing things, and with all of the forethought that you put into it, like, a lot of people don't really do that. So anything that you make for anything, really, is gonna just look so good. I saw that you had a model for one of your, is it your main OC or your Sona? Oh, wow.
Ledoodler can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, Ledoodler. Got banned from the last stream I was on for making one joke. Just one. It's probably not wise to make that joke again if it got you banned. Just as a forewarning. Next up is Alistair. And then another cast member. So that's just my main has-been OC, Astra. She looks beautiful. Really want to make as much of the cast as I can. See, I'm in that same boat. But after Adam, I'm just sitting here like, wow. Well, that took like a year. At the rate that I'm going. I have an Aurora dress I made for her that I need to release. Ooh. Yeah, see, honestly, I've seen it, is it Ms. who made just the standard female imp base? That's like a customizable base. I think I've seen it all over the place.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Ledoodler. You have toggles that, like, turn on the full holiday outfit, for example, but that's separate from the other toggles that change just the hat or coat or pants or whatever. If I don't put the hat, top, pants, bow tie, etc. tags on the full outfit toggles, the individual toggles will stay on with the full holiday outfit on, if that makes sense. I think I'm starting to pick up on how VRC Fury works just from listening to you guys talking about it. Wasn't even a bad joke. It was something goofy. Get bullied by the streamers, then banned in less than a minute. Well, without context, I can't make proper judgment, but I'm sorry to hear that it seemed like it was a stressful situation, the doodle. We like to have fun around here, and we don't usually have any issue with making silly jokes as long as they're not offensive, or offensive in the sense of dehumanizing or not being considerate of another person. But God knows we make a bunch of stupid jokes around here. Oh, and ads are going to play in about a minute. Some dark humor is okay, but it really just depends on the feel. You gotta be careful with that stuff. We try to keep it so that everyone here has a nice environment that they can all feel, that they can just kind of relax and vibe in. We don't want to have anybody getting a little upset over something just because it's becoming, not the friendliest environment. But we also, we'll make butthole jokes all the fucking time. We can still have fun, just not at the cost of other people. You know what, Frag? We're going to make some cosplay progress tonight. We're going to make the hat. Likely going to be quiet, but no, I'm still here and cheering for you. And we're doing the same for you, Kat. In fact, if you get far enough and you feel confident in it, I would love to see pictures with wherever you end up with your progress tonight. There go our ads. Actually, those of you who are still with me here, are any of you familiar with the streamer Nilbog? Wait. He does not appear to be live right now. If I do a shout out for somebody who's offline, will it ping them or let them know? Eating some cookies and cream ice cream, and it's the first thing I've had all week that hasn't made me feel grossed out. Good. Treat yourself, Spooka. Well, if that's the case, I'm going to go ahead and shout out Nilbog because you guys should go check out their channel. I'm pretty sure it's he, him pronouns, but I'm not entirely positive. Incredibly chill, incredibly cool, very welcoming. If you like the vibes that we've had here, it's pretty much the exact same over there. Both him and Gob. But he's got a really, really cool avatar. It feels kind of like almost a combination of a hand puppet and claymation in a way. It's very cool. And one thing that I really like that Nilbog does on his streams is during the ad breaks, he will cut to a commercial screen So regardless of people having a sub or not, everyone gets that little break. And it's something that I would actually like to start doing myself. I'd like to have an animated screen for it, though, and that's where I'm going to be kind of putting it on the back burner for now. But I really like the way he's got things set up. Is my cat supposed to give over 5,000 CPS of radiation? Probably not. Kevin, is your dinosaur stuck again? It's like the third time now. There you go. It's that big name tag. And as a reminder to anyone who's not aware, we have stream avatars running, which is why we've got all these little dinosaurs and eggs all over the screen. Each one of those represents somebody here who is a viewer. If you are a follower, you can hatch from your egg into a dinosaur and interact with other people on the stream using the Stream Avatars button, which is the twinkle beside my head here. If you're on desktop, just float your mouse over that and you should be able to find it, and it'll show you all the dinosaurs in the list if you give it a second to load. If you're not a follower, you can choose from any different colored egg. We've got standard eggs and mobile eggs, and you can still interact with everybody on the chat using the controller window, which is in the same tab. Just want to rub myself in your feathers. I'm blue now. Become Brachiosaur. No, not barbecue. Anything but barbecue. If I'm going to be vored by somebody, they cannot use barbecue sauce on me. I refuse. I do not consent to barbecue sauce. Now, buffalo sauce, that's a different story. We can talk about buffalo. All right, we've closed off all of our ends. I don't think that the blush ever changes shape. Yeah, the only time that we ever use that is in the happy face, so we can actually go ham on decimating this. The vor was implied, Zatani. What else would you do with chicken covered with barbecue sauce? I was gonna say Cheeto dust, but then I remembered he can't have aged cheddar. Man, I know that my head is not in the proper place for work right now. Because I'm sitting here doing this work thinking, man, I want to play Path of Titans. I want to play Poppy Playtime. I want to play Paleo Pines. I want to play Stardew Valley. I just want to play video games. No, bitch. Gotta work hard before we can play hard. Not only do we have to do the optimization here in Blender, but we also have to do it over in Unity once we're done here. The reason for that is some of the effects that I created for the flare when it shoots out and for the electric. Currently, it has 2 different light sources on it. And it does not need all that. I think I can get it down to 1 singular light source and use that to create the flashlight as well. Which, after realizing how easy it is to include a flashlight on an avatar, holy shit, I am floored that there aren't more of them. I'm gonna start putting that stuff on standard of every single one of my avatars, at least my personal ones. Optimization is a hoe. We need that as a sticker. What is that other one used for? Oh, for the extra stressy face. I was trying to think of something else messy that would accidentally get all over moss. Been fun lurking, but need to head off to the gym. Godspeed, Sir Gillaham!
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Well, hello again, Q. Thank you for the reminder to save. And so that really is the only one that that second set of lines gets used for. Can we decimate it in the 3D sense? Any more than it already is, and I'm worried that it's getting too flat. But that's okay. It's in a pretty good spot. We could do more if we wanted to, but I don't think we really necessarily have to. At least in terms of these. Maybe the blushies. Blushies could probably stand to lose another loop or two. Really just need their widest point. Yes. Okay, so we can just get rid of all of the ones in between. I do hate that there is an odd number. That's killing me. Managed to rest a little bit, although I'd love to have some more, but I know my VOD well enough to know that ain't happening. Tried to fill in the gaps there for that sentence. Sorry. I mean, part of me is sitting here like, these are so tiny. Do we really need all of these polygons in them? And then the other part of me is like, he has no detail anywhere else. This is literally his only detail. Still debating tapering in these parts more. How bad would that mess things up? Oof. It flattens it more than I would like on that side. I mean, it does, we have this one point that pulls it out and bends it just enough, but do we even need that? We could just make that a plane. Uh-oh. DM me who it is. Foe was around earlier, but he might have taken a step back here to take a break for a while. We've had a couple problem bot type things going on right now. I apologize for that. If anyone does reach out to you guys from the server and it seems suspicious or it's... Oh! That's a familiar face. Yeah, no worries there. Give me just a moment. There we go. Yes, so that username itself, we knew that one was a rotten account. And the reason why is because the username was stolen from one of the people who I personally knew. And we knew for a fact that that wasn't them. So we've had that one on a high watch waiting. Hey, Frag, I have a brief question. I've finished another doodle and want to share it, but it does involve body horror. Is it all right if I share it as long as it's blurred and labeled with a warning? Yes. As long as you have it with the spoiler tag and a content warning that says it has whatever content within, so that it is an optional thing that people can view at their own discretion, absolutely fine. Also, thank you, Zatani, for letting me know about that. Anytime anyone sends a message to y'all outside of the Discord and it seems like they're just any of those telltale messages, the things that are usually just like, hi, wanna be friends? What's up? Like, I really question how many of those scams actually are successful. I'm thinking we can cut down on a good lot of the verts down the rest of the eyebrows. Just do the odds once more. Funnily enough, a scam/hacked account got me back in touch with someone I hadn't spoken to in years. It's funny how that happens. All right, I don't think that that changed a whole lot in terms of the expressions. It doesn't quite look like... Oh no, this one also uses that. Well, didn't appear to change too much. Again, we're going for a little bit more of a low poly look anyway. I'm thinking we might be able to get rid of one more loop in here, but I don't know. I might be testing it a bit. Okay. Let's see where we're currently at. Oh, wait, I mean just for the things that we've been cutting back on. Grab your balls. Balls, balls. Balls, balls. I can't wait until I make a stylized Sawyer avatar so that I can just be sitting here clicking on random parts of him chanting balls, balls, balls. Wait! Balls! No, I have no one to blame but myself for that one. I take full accountability. All right, that's all of our internal parts. So, what have we got this down to? That doesn't feel right. Or maybe it is. Maybe we really did just optimize it that much. So this was originally at, we said 3.5K just about. And it appears that we've taken it, or 7.5K. And it appears that we've taken it down to about 3.5. So that's huge. That is substantially lower. I had no idea there was that much in there. Let's take a look at our arm nubbings, too, because I didn't realize that we still even had anything in here. Why do we have anything in here? I honest to God thought that these were connected. Well, I'm gonna say we can probably just delete this, but before we do, let's check our weights on it just to be sure, because that can be a problem. Aha. We have an internal boob. I'm sorry. Moss emerges from the ball pit with an old slice of pizza sticking to the back of his head. And pink eye. No, not the Kids Next Door episode. Oh, that was living in the deepest recesses of the vault, and you brought it out into the light. Oh, I didn't want to remember that existed. Oh, that was such a gross episode. Almost fell for that once, thankfully. I was paranoid enough that I didn't go along with anything and later found out it was a scam before blocking the user completely. Also, the doodle has been sent. Let's go see. Ooh! Friendly! This is so cool! Oh, man! This is one of those pictures where the longer I look, the more I see. This is crazy! All the different faces coming out of him, too. This is so cool, Friendly. Man, I'm gonna have to commission you sometime to draw an old character of mine, because he's got a similar kind of thing he can do, but I've never felt like I've been able to illustrate it well. This is exactly kind of how I wanted to do it. Only instead of it being ink, it's more smoke, so a little more floaty. I love this. The goopiness, you got it so good. There's weight to this image. Bro's literally carrying multiple entities within his body. So when he says I'm eating for two, he means it. All right, so we can get rid of this, but I want to see exactly where it is that we can get rid of it. Meaning, get our wireframe out, give it a little friendly rotate. And it's all tied to the boob. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to relocate our red. Actually, kind of looks like we could just delete the boob. I'm doing it. I'm deleting the boob. All right, now we're going to use what we've learned. And we are going to simply attach this part of the arm 100% to the lower arm and remove it from the upper arm. There we go. Now it will forever be stuck to the innermost edges and it will never clip out. And we'll do the same thing on the other side. I did not... Okay. I was going to say, I did not just do all that with the head selected and accidentally glue the head to the fucking lower arm, did I? Because that is a very easy thing to do. Good. Another huge chunk of optimization. What's up with your arm, buddy? What's that? What's that? That should not be happening, whatever that is. Let's go ahead and clear out your pose and figure out what the fuck that is. Yeah, no, that's not correct. I see. Why is your left arm attached to your right arm? Oh boy. Why is your left arm attached to your whole body? Well, obviously that is not correct, sir. Because he's all right. Satani, you're fired. All right, let's go ahead and remove the left arm from all of those places. Hey, and the left arm's lower arm's also connected in the wrong places. How fun. How queer. And you've still got some funky stuff going on. Why is that, player? I don't like that. Is this why your arm has been weird all this time? Oh, I missed what you said up here, Q. So confused because I only remember one episode of Kids Next Door, and that was the one episode where I think they went into a computer. The only part that I remember was the K&D getting asked, why a bottle shatters on its last bounce. Honestly, I have half a mind to say it was a different show due to how little of it I remember, except for the fact that it had a similar style. Man, I know that studio did do a couple of other shows. Like there was one called Pepper Ann that was out before Kids Next Door that was identical in the art style. But that one never did anything like supernatural-y and stuff like that. KND did a lot more of that sort of thing. You got me thinking now. Also remember this really bony teacher that was like evil. You sure it wasn't Invader Zim? Alright, before we do this, let's do a check on all of our weights and remove anything that is out of place. Definitely wasn't Invader Zim. Ah, good, your right arm is connected to everything as well. Hello? That was weird. Our music just shut off abruptly. What the hell? Whoa, what is happening? Dude, Spotify's changing its own volume. I just watched it do that. It like blipped lower and lower and then turned off. What the hell? That was freaky. There's a self-adjusting feature? I've never had it do this before. The weirdest part is when it first happened, I didn't even have the tab open. Well, hopefully it doesn't happen again. I said that, I'm not gonna lie, I immediately expected it to do it. Apparently Spotify can dox you now or something? I won't be surprised. I need to trade off to Tidal. It's just been something that hasn't been able to take a priority because of when all of that first came out, all that information about all the shit that Spotify was doing. It was all during the major holiday time. And now that holidays are finally over, I'm starting to finally get back on track with things, but it's still kind of early into the year. Still gotta get through tax season. Then hopefully things will start to calm down again. And it's also possible that Mom might not realize it, but she might be doing something on the other room. She also has the Spotify connected to her account, to her phone and computer, and the little, like, Alexa device that she has out there. So God only knows. All right, I'm really hoping that this is the reason why the legs have been a little off. Because the left foot should not be connected to the right foot. And yet, it says it is. A few features that can cause the audio to lower. Discord from lowering your volume. Disable attenuation in user settings, voice and video, by setting the slider to 0. Additionally, turn off automatic gain control and noise suppression in the same menu, and the Windows sound settings to do nothing for communication activity. Let me copy and paste that actually in my notes for later. Because the big hang up I've had with Discord and all of its audio and stuff is that for a while there, it was playing my audio output through Discord as though it were input. And there was nothing I could do to get it to stop doing that. Eventually, it just went away on its own. Honestly, wouldn't know because I haven't used Spotify in ages. Recently, I've been going to sleep listening to various challenge videos on YouTube or listening to music on the Nintendo Music app. Too many fucking ads on Spotify and I'm not paying them. Yeah, Spotify unfortunately is one of the only sub-services that I have paid for, and that is because of the whole hyperacusis and everything. It just reached a point where I needed something that was not going to be bombarding me with ads, that I didn't have to worry about shutting down because it was trying to load the ads. I used to use Pandora, but that was before we moved. And Pandora kind of went downhill for a while. Like, their audio quality just wasn't great. Their selection of music wasn't that great. Yeah, the ads were unreasonable with Pandora too. Hold on just one moment. Sorry about that. Mom had to ask me a question about something we're having to go to tomorrow. Did I get one song and then 2 to 3 ads before the next song, which would have another 2 to 3 ads afterwards? Yeah. That kind of stuff's just absurd. It's so weird that it's saying that the chest doesn't have any data in here. Is that why it's weird? I guess it doesn't really need any data from anything after that point.
Hey, what's up?
Hello, Inkbleeder. Good to see you. It's been a week or two. Boy, I definitely sympathize with that remark. Let me have this loop, damn it. Fuck you. I think we're going to remove everything from this loop down. We have to get inside of the boy. Where he at? All right. Yeah, something happened here. There's a very clear cutoff. Let's remove the rest of it that doesn't belong. How much have I missed? Not much. Especially not of today's stream. Today's stream has mostly just been optimization of our little yellow dude. I don't think you need any of the red parts here, do you? You do seem to have some, though. I'll allow it. No, I won't. You don't need those. Oof. Okay. Yep. That's spread out way too far. All right. That should have cleared all of that up. Remember when I said I was going to forget about my tea until it was cold? Yeah. All right, I think that just about does it for all of our optimization in terms of cleaning up our vertex groups. We've got this boy under 10K. Wait, hold on. Let's include the other parts. I lied. We're not under 10K. Posture check. Thank you, Cat. Gives Moss one of his Barks root beer bottles. God, root beer sounds delicious right now. I think we can get this under 10K. Do we really need to push for that? Probably not. But part of me wants to just to see if we can. I know for a fact we can already get rid of some of these guys. That'll do a good chunk in itself. I don't like that that is still lumpy. What happened there? Hold on, we gotta go back and fix that. That's gonna bother me until we know exactly what went wrong. So we're gonna try and do some quick fixing of the weight paint. We're gonna set the strength of our blur brush to 0.001 or 0001, it doesn't matter. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go over here on our left side where we know everything is correct. That might be too big. And using this smaller brush, we're gonna quote-unquote blur everything. Front, back, everything. And hopefully what this will do, we're gonna keep exclusively to our left side, or his left side. Just in the off chance that whatever is this problem will be fixed by doing this. What this is doing is remirroring our weights. And if this doesn't fix it, then we've got a whole new problem on our hands. And it appears it did not fix it. Yay! Why though? Why are you like that? What happened to you? So the thing that scares me about this is that we might have to remirror it. And if that's the case, I'm afraid that's going to upset our UVs. I really don't want to have to redo those. Oh, wait. We mirrored those. Why did we do that? Interesting. Because these are not mirrored, I believe. Yeah, these are not mirrored. And the reason for that is because I wanted him to have asymmetrical stickers all over him. I'm gonna try something. We're gonna pull this piece off. And we're gonna pull this piece off. And because we know that one's mirrored already, hopefully we can get away with remirroring it. So we're gonna grab you, turn you off, add a mirror, and then turn you back on and see Yeah, man, something just pulled that one out of whack somehow. But that might be the only one, so we'll just delete it. Apply our mirror vertex. Groups cannot be applied with shape keys. What shape keys do you have? None that matter. Delete them all. Okay. Now apply our mirror. And hopefully we can just rejoin this to our body. And it did keep the mirrored texture UVs. How's Outer Wilds? Outer Wilds is going great. I'm sad that we didn't get to play yesterday. Unfortunately, my endo flare was just so bad, I really just couldn't even get out of bed. Straight up thought I had a fever yesterday because of just how it had me feeling. Definitely feeling better today, though. And the further it's gone into the day, the better I've felt, so I'm good with that. But how have you been doing, Inkblader? Getting into anything fun lately? Let's try to pose. And make sure that this is going to follow. Yes, it does follow the right arm. Or yes, right. So thankfully, crisis averted. Been just trying to get through each week recently. Sometimes that's all we can do. And hey, you've had a 100% success rate so far. I'd say that's pretty damn good. Picked up a few games on Steam, Foundation, Fumes, and Power Wash Simulator. I feel like I would really love Power Wash Simulator if I could ever get myself past the point of not allowing myself to play it because it's a time waster game. Like, the point of the game is to waste time and just vibe out and relax. But instead of just doing that, my brain is like, oh man, I'm wasting so much time. I should be doing something more productive. I should be doing something important. I should this. I should that. And then I end up not having any fun because I've ruined it for myself. Oh, our ads are going to play in about a minute here. Actually, how are we doing on time? Okay, we've got about an hour of stream left. I'm debating reducing the poly count on this one again. It's still bothering me. What if? What if we just do it all the way around? I mean, it looks better. But at the same time, do I need to make it that low poly? It's not hurting anything. I'm just pushing for it because I want that under 10K. Ooh, ooh, bitch, no, we can reduce some in here with these eyeballs. I didn't know you had some of these floating around. Let's get rid of them. Now, he does have a bit of a bulge to the eyeball. And I think that we can keep that while also getting rid of, again, the subdivision, because we really don't need it to be subdivided. We can just have this be a singular. And I don't know if this is getting rid of polygons or adding them, truthfully. It appears to have gotten rid of them, though. Cull the polygons! He's bulge. Beavis and Butthead laugh. Who was it? One of y'all shared a meme in the meme channel. It was Beavis and Butthead going through Silent Hill.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Elder. Working on that tea again. And a big stretch. Oh, gotta be careful. I'm too old to stretch like that. All right, now what you got going on the inside? Why? Why have you even got that? We do not need this. Begone. I bet you got one on this one, too. Can't see shit, Captain. You do! Filthy polygon hider. All right. We were able to cut out another 200 that way. Truthfully, I don't think we need this one in the neck either. How about your joints? Did we subdivide those too? Oh, you cheeky bastard, we sure did. Remove thine balls. It's a highway robbery. You're stealing all of his squares. He doesn't need them. He's He's a round boy. See, if I had a million years to work on this, I eagerly would have gone through and made all of the additional extra accessories for the players from Project Playtime. Because I would love to have these be customizable to the extent of being able to just put whatever parts you want on them. Unfortunately, that's not something I can build into a singular avatar. What you got with this little edge in here? You don't need that. Gone. I don't think you need that anyway. Nah, you don't need that. Poof! That's a problem. We got too much going on in here. Now, I don't think it's going to matter that I did this because of the ball joints. They take up so much of the space in there that you really shouldn't ever see any of that anyway. Theoretically, I could go in and delete the entire top area, with the exception of the first or second row of polygons. But I'm not going to. I'd rather it have a good seal there. Finally got my arcade Persona tail. Now I just need to find someone to do the head and some sleeves. Hell yeah! We could probably reduce some stuff in the elbow here. Again, it really just depends on how he moves when he poses. Let me see. Quite a bit seems to move then. Because I remember I wanted these to kind of be rubber hosey. Yeah, I'm not going to mess with that part of the arms. There's just too much movement in there. We'll probably get away with removing one or two of these. Virtually no difference in doing that, so I may as well. Because again, that's a stiff piece that never moves. All right. Take a look at our hands, because I'm pretty sure we can definitely get rid of some on these cuffs, especially now that we've made them stationary. Get rid of the idle cuff. Yeah, this boy, you don't need any of this. Why do you go in so far? Oop, no, we can't do them side by side like that. Think I did that identical? Yeah, looks good. All right. Now, the cuff I'm going to leave, because I'm afraid that if I change anything on that, it's going to have weird clipping issues. The hand, I think I should leave. Just trying to think if there's anything else we could possibly... There's areas where we could, but I think that we're pretty good if we don't at this point. We've gotten him down to 11K. Well, 11 and a half. I think that that's pretty good. If nothing else... No. What? Oh, that's a middle seam, though. Do we need it, though? Where are your UVs separated in the center? Oh, they're not. So yeah, we don't need it. Fuck you! Do we even need these central ones between the rope? Probably not. Does that make any difference whatsoever? Not from what I can tell. That was another 100 just about. Well, it got us down another. And of course the addition of Hoppy is going to jump the count up a little bit, but that's okay. I think, did we clear off Boko? Hi, Bo Buddy. I'm going to put you over here on your cat tree so that you're not standing in between me and the keyboard. I need the keyboard right now. All right, I'm not going to do anything with the shoulder pieces just because those move around a lot. I'm afraid if we reduce those, they're going to get clippy. This guy, though. I know, Ink Bleeder. Like I said earlier, it's just been the busiest of times. I think once tax season's kind of out of the way, we'll be able to finally start getting back to some older stuff. I think we've done as much optimization as we can on this. So we will do a quick save. And the hard part is, now I've got to figure out how to put Hoppy on in Unity, which I've never done. This is going to be a good learning opportunity. But I'm just hoping it's not going to be a problem. Actually, let's check our material slots. Yep. Good. All right. We'll go ahead and export everything. I don't remember what this file was called. So I will name it after one of the other ones temporarily for now. We are going to go ahead and open up... you know what? Before we do that, I really don't want to open Unity this late into things. We've only got a little over half an hour left. So let's worry about texturing that right hand. Because we've got two problems now. Problem number one. We need to figure out how to make this work for the Omni hand. Which means, let's go look at our UVs. Now we do have enough space that we can add pieces. What we can't do is add mesh. So everything gets painted on. Thankfully, we were smart. Past Frag was smart anyway. and put all of the knuckle pieces in one spot, so I can do all of that painting right where it needs to be. But this area here is where it's going to cause a problem. Because we need to put some wires. And it is not going to enjoy letting us do that. So I say what we do is go over into Psi, and we're going to just start painting the Omni hand. So minimize this. Let's go over to our hand texture. Sorry for the flashbang. Where is our final texture file? That doesn't seem right. Okay. It is. It's just got a couple of extra dots on it for some reason. What layer are those dots on? You know what? It doesn't matter. We're going to just copy the UV lines themselves over on our regular flattened version of the red hand. Actually, I think I already made a color for the Omni hand, too. Where did it go? No, I made one for the toggle. That's right. Hold on. Where's my toggle sheet? There we go. So we want to change our red color to this more maroon color. Just so there's some sort of color difference between the two.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Rin. Oh, wow. Might have asked before, but what's your experience with making clothing models? Like clothing for models? Because I've made several outfits before. I don't really enjoy doing clothing just because there's a lot of issues with like clipping and weight painting, and I guess that's no different than anything else though. Specifically clothing for a model already
If
made
you
and
become
textured.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, Q, for the hydrate and posture check. Yeah, actually, if the model is already made, it's a lot easier to make the clothing for it. Usually what I'll do is I will just make a duplicate of the body mesh for whatever area it is that it needs clothing. Let me see if I can pull one or two of them up. So we'll get back to the player here in a minute. Specifically the bubblegum bark candy cat. Have I worked? I know I've worked on some bubblegum bark stuff. Let me check my models here. Oko, get out of my way! He's such a butt sometimes. All right. Oh wait, no, it might not have been bubblegum bark. sweater, crop top, pants, shorts, shoes, and leggings. Yeah, those are all doable. So this is... Oh, Jesus. Hold on. This was a customization commission that I was given. This one was for, I'm gonna say it was a Jinx rabbit. Or no, Jinx was the character. What's the model? Sorry, I'm trying to track down who made this base. Is it Skip? Skip 40, yes. Let me get the page for their Gumroad. Yeah, you got him. So this was a full commission for the outfit. And all of it is articulated and whatnot. It's all painted. I don't think I'll ever be doing a fully painted outfit like that again, because it's just a lot more detail than I had signed up for, but let's get the armature so that we can pose it some. But yeah, everything's pretty much just duplicated off of the body mesh so that the weights would be shared. So you can see that the topology follows everything pretty good. Hopefully nothing should be clipping. Some of it does clip here in the waistline just because of the topology itself. Kinda does some stuff because of the chunkier hips, but that's sort of just how chunkier models are. I'm making him do kung fu. And I believe the hood is... It's not wearable, but it's liftable. I don't prefer to do outfits, but I probably will end up taking commissions for a couple here and there just because they are a little easier than an entire commission. And then I also have Neptune. Neptune was a full commission. There we are. And so because he was a full commission, let me turn off the wireframe, we don't need to see that. But because he was a full commission, I was able to do body first and have his shape keys set up so that they can be scrunked to fit his stylization. Let's get his scrunkification. And all of it is interchangeable. So we can have him in his regular pants and his sweater. We can toggle his armor off and on, his robot arm off and on. And I have plenty of things set up so that you can alternate the different pieces. Like if you want him to be shirtless, then I can have it so that we have just the pants. We take the sweater off so that he can show his pecs. Fun stuff. Now, as for creating the toggles and whatnot, in Unity, that's an entirely separate monster, because if your avatars are set up with VRC Fury, eventually I am going to learn VRC Fury to be able to do this, but I personally prefer to set things up my own way, which is without VRC Fury, just the way you do it without VRC Fury. So that I have more control over where things go in the menus, how things are going to behave with each other, and all that. It's a little more work, I feel, but it's more precise, I feel. But it just depends on what you need, how fast you need it. Just completely skipped leg day. I'm gonna steal our highlight off of the other hand and reapply it to this one. If we still even have the highlight. Okay, we no longer have the highlight. So we're not going to steal anything. We're just going to let it be. But that's all right. Go get a picture of the Omni hand anyway. Sadly, I'm not going to be able to include all of the detail. So I'm going to have to stylize it in some way to kind of make it look similar. Okay. You know, when I went to search for Omni Hand, I kind of knew at the back of my mind this was going to be a possible result, but I'm a little mad that it was one of the first results. Right, let's get our real Omni hand. An Oni hand VTuber avatar? No, it's Omni Man. Alright, so here's the fun thing that we get to do. We get to work upside down. Is that the Omni hand, but with the face of James Jonah Jameson? I don't know anything about that show, so I cannot confirm. I apologize. I just know the character's name is Omni-Man, and I've seen his butt way too much for someone who's never watched the show. Let's go in and start cleaning this up a little bit. This is going to be unfortunately low res, but that's okay. God knows there's always something worse we could do. Whee! I thought we were done with balls today. Frag, you fool. We're never done with balls. Balls are inevitable. Do I not have...
Did you remember to save all of your files?
It appears my pressure sensitivity is not working. Is it just that brush, or... Nope, that's just the whole shebang. Cool! Well, that's fun. Maybe we can just close it and reopen it. Save our file, close everything. Do we not have pressure in Blender? Okay, we do have pressure in Blender, so it's not a driver issue. All right, it was just that one situation, I guess. Back to whatever this nonsense is. Whee! Being pretty sloppy about this at first, because mostly just want to get everything kind of down, and then we'll worry about cleaning it up. It's never going to look exactly how I want it to because of how low res it is. It's okay. We just need to make it look good enough. I mean, I like the way that the different hands look. I'm glad that they incorporated that. But I'm also very much of the simplistic mindset of, if this were a cartoon, which is what I'm aiming for, that is the aesthetic that I'm aiming for, is if this were like an animated series. But if this were a cartoon, what would each of these hands look like? And odds are they're just going to make them a different color. Just, this character would be flying across the screen so fast you would not get to see the intricate details of all of the gizmos and all of the wiring and all of the bullshit. Simply increase the resolution. Yeah, that's what they did with the furry avatars and the e-boy avatars. Yeah, you know that one earring that you want your fuckboy to have? Don't worry. It's got a 14K texture on it! Because for some reason, some people are convinced they need that. But Frag, how will people admire my wiener if I don't have every pore in HD? The funniest thing is a lot of the people who are like that don't even realize that a lot of those textures literally will never show up in their headsets the way that they think it does, because the headset cannot load it at that resolution. Like, the lenses just aren't built for that. Not yet. Eventually the tech will get there, but never know when someone will be way up in there. What if they see a pixel? It ruins the immersion. If you can't get off in VR because of VR, you got bigger problems. A lot bigger. Model I've been messing with has rings going through its horns. I removed it from the retopology. The crazy thing is a lot of the metal things, like a lot of the jewelry, especially anime characters that I see, I say the e-boys for a reason, but a lot of them have it with the most ridiculous fucking shaders. And you can get the exact same effect for what they want, for all that shiny. You can get that exact same effect by just using a matte cap. And a matte cap is 10,000 times lighter than Poyomi. Alright, let me go get that Omni hand again. Well, hi, Bronx. Alright, I'm going to jump back over to Blender for just a second here, because I want to see, looking at this, which direction I want our shadows to come from. I'm thinking Because it's gonna be a gradient in all of these corners. We'll do shadow here. So what does that look like to you? Yeah, no, a matte cap can look beautiful. I prefer to use a matte cap for metal. Especially if you get a nice reflective one. Also, the way that we are painting this is a very similar way of painting things to how they do D&D miniatures. We're going to do some contour painting and create the illusion of depth. Matte pad is beautiful. Too much. Okay. I don't like that we can still see these edges. So we're going to go back in and clean those up a little more. Get a very tiny brush. All right. Think I might start doing something healthy? That's always good. More power to you, Q. I think we'll also do just a really quick undertone or underlaid area here. Dilate our selection just a little. In fact, we might want to do that a little extra. All right, now we look at our Omni hand again. And I can see that we've got kind of like a darker shadow around this blue. And it's whiter more towards the center. So we're going to do kind of a similar illusion. We're going to erode our selection. And then we're going to invert it. And we're going to use a darker shade of blue. Let's go with this one. Okay. And then we're just going to blur this one out. So we are going to expand our selection and get a little more of this out of here. Now we can blur it. Okay, and then just to put the icing on the cake, we're going to grab this center once more. We are going to erode our selection again. And we're going to get an even lighter blue than our base color. And same thing, blur it out. I'm debating if we want to do a highlight on the edges as well, the same way we did like the pinwheel effect from our shadow, just to bring out that extra boost of contour. I think what I want to do is start running on the weekends, because I'm tired of running out of stamina when I need to move around. Good! And if running turns out to be a bit too intense, you can always just start with walking. Power walking is still a very valid form of exercise. I've been manually doing that for like an hour? Doing what? Oh, the blurry effect. Well, our ads are going to start in less than a minute. These are our final ads for the night. I'm not going to say that we're going to end stream as they finish. We are going to try and continue with this texture until it is done, because it shouldn't need a whole lot. I like to run, but it's annoying that I can't run to the corner shop before I have to slow down to catch my breath. Oh yeah. Well, what about bikes? Are bikes a viable option for you, Q? We are not whenever I've gotten a bike, it's been stolen. Ah. Unfortunately, that does happen quite a lot. To the point that I've genuinely forgotten how to ride a bike. Oh no! I'm so sorry to hear that. Man, I used to love riding my bike. I haven't had one since we moved. All right, so now we've got a highlight included with our low light. Makes it a much, much stronger contrast, but it still feels like it's missing that edge. I don't know if maybe I should put an inner lip. Let's see. Go back to our base color. We'll just do a quick little line on each side. Do you know that Alex Brightman is trapped in a town called Schmigadoon? I did not know that. Does he need help? How did he get there? Oh, I actually said it right. Don't know, but we'll find out on April 4th. All we know is that he wants out and will do anything to get out except tap dance. Interesting. All right, now, how are we going to shade this to make it pop out? I suppose we need to put a highlight in the areas that it has shadows. Or what if we just do a diagonal? Hmm. connect our edges for our darks and our lights. Doesn't quite feel like a solution. What if we try a different approach? Oops. We will start with a highlight at the top of each one and a low light at the bottom of each one. No. No, that is not good at all, but a highlight's not bad. In fact, let's go even brighter. Brighter, brighter than the heavens and the skies above. And then we'll do another gradient on top of the non-in-cut squares. And we'll just do this as a solid black and white kind of gradient. Let's try this again. I'll just use the airbrush this time. But I want to make it look like it's darker on the lower half. So maybe I'll just set that to multiply. And blur it out real good. Honestly, I think I'm going to scare my parents when they find out what I'm planning to do, and I'm kind of looking forward to it. Good. Give yourself something to look forward to. It's important. Good shit. All right, let's save this and give it a shot over in Blender and see how it looks. Because I think that's a good spot for these little rivety things, but we're going to have to do something about the wires still, and I think we're going to have to start that in Blender. So image, replace, with our OmniHand. And now we can actually see that on our raised key shapes, or shape keys. That looks really fucking cool, actually. Even without having sharps. All right. Glancing back at our OmniHand picture, the most important components still, I would say, are the wires. All the extra doohickeys and stuff feel very non-essential, but I remember the wires have a key part of it because they'll glow depending on how many charges you have. And no, I'm not going to program that. So what we can do here is we'll just make a copy. We're going to steal the blue from our picture. We're going to set our brush to 5. We're going to turn off the cuff. So we're going to keep it on, but try not to touch it. And we're going to just do a real quick little swoop, 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 swoop. I don't know how I feel about that, actually. It feels so just doodled on. Like, obviously it's just a line right now, but even if I put the fake shading on it, it just kind of feels out of place, especially since it's 2-dimensional. Do we just leave it as the raised? I mean, they still light up. We can give it emissions. Might be for the best. I wish I had enough awareness of who would be buying this to know what they would want, you know? It's just such a pain to have to do this over 3 separate UVs. And it would purely be painted on. Hello, Alucard. It's so nice to see you. I hope that things have been going well for you. See, now I look at that and I don't really hate that. But I almost feel like we need to put like a silver cuff around. Oh. I don't want to do any more gray. But I kind of feel like we would need it around the base here. That wouldn't work actually. Because our other hand piece would shoot out. So it would just be the wires. I guess it's not the end of the world. If I was to put it into perspective, imagine you live with someone who is so introverted that they don't leave their own room unless it's for food, and then all of a sudden, with no apparent reason, they start going outside every week just to go for a run. You'd probably want to check your doomsday supplies, because it's going to be the forthcoming of the apocalypse. Believe I outdid myself with dinner tonight. What'd you make? Oh, you're about to starve me. I haven't had dinner yet. The longer I sit and look at this, the more I actually like how it looks. So I guess best thing I can do is draw these out as clean as I want them to be. Made slow-cooked baby back ribs in Cajun rub and a homemade honey glaze with homemade chicken strips and a homemade sauce and crinkle-cut fries. Shit, eating like a king over there, Alucard! Starved me to death with that. I actually just had ribs for the first time ever last December. I think I actually want to change this one. And I'm afraid we're not going to have a whole lot longer here because Bronx is starting to get a bit yappy. She's been particularly bad about that lately. I finally had to throw her in timeout last night. See, it used to be she started to bark at the back door to let me know when I'm in the back of the house in my room that she's ready to go outside. But nowadays, last night was the final straw. Because that wasn't a little boof, I'm ready to go potty. It was a
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Which I know is her clear indicator of I saw a rabbit. And thank you for the hydrate cue. Yes, hello, Bronx. I heard that boof. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're a very good girl. How about you hang out in here with me for another 5 minutes or so? Leave the trash alone. Don't start getting into things. Don't be naughty.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Oh, wait. Thank you, Todd. Oh, yeah, she's looking for stuff to get into. Now, she can hold on. I think this will be okay. I think I can use this as a pretty clean template without having to disturb too much. So we're going to save this as a copy. Omnihand rough. Go back over to Psi. So we're going to resave this guy as our Psi file. And reopen the rough that we just made. And we're going to drag and drop that over here onto our file. And we should be able to just take this and use our blue as a stencil. Okay, we'll grab our original blue again. And using our stencil now, we're going to keep everything as it is, but we're going to go over it and make sure that it is solid. Otherwise, we're going to try really hard not to change anything about it. Especially any pixels near the base. You know, she just hopped up onto my bed and I can feel her staring at me. And she just did the loudest, most impatient huff. Girl acts like she pays rent. Now, the big reason why I wanted to keep the wires separate is mostly so that we can add a shadow below them that will add just that extra element of depth that it needs to seem like it's poking out when it's not. Because again, we cannot add topology to this. At best, we might be able to add a normal map, but I'm probably not gonna, if I'm perfectly honest. Got a little bit of blah on that other black section. Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm being intentionally sloppy right now. We will definitely be stopping after I finish this Omni hand, though, because I can definitely feel my hand cramping up a little. I had this pen in an iron grip today. I am just going to connect them underneath of the glove. I see no reason not to. All right. There we go. Now, we want to do a couple little things. And this is going to be something we got to be really delicate with. So we're going to do this a couple different ways, a couple different times. We want to create kind of a drop shadow. And then we're going to do the exact same thing in reverse. I am going to have to do something a little different, though. Because we have to extend these parts to get it to do what we want. Alistair S. There's only 3 kind of hmms in the world. You've got the Alistair and you've got the Dr. Sawyer and then you've got the Chamberlain, which is kind of a hybrid of the two, which is your I'm going to extend them up here as well. Oh yeah, you care to repeat that? Now, with any luck, this won't screw us, and we'll be able to do exactly as I'm hoping. So we are going to erode the selection now and go back to our lighter blue. Create a new layer on top of our blue. Dump bucket. That is not the right blue. There we go. Okay. Maybe we should do a little less, actually. We'll erode it a little bit more. Don't know why, but my Pokemon-addled brain was expecting the blue hand to have red markings like Kyogre. I fear that time we maybe did too much erosion. So 3rd time's the charm. Yeah, that looks much better. And we're going to blur We're going to do the same thing again. Except that this time we're going to do a little differently. We're going to erode it a little less. Hold up. Oh no. I don't want to redo that extension, so we're just gonna be a little fucky-wucky with it. Hello again, Rosie. How are the birthday festivities going? Is Victor streaming for his birthday? Because if so, well, we're gonna have to raid out somewhere. Why is there a pineapple on pizza emote? Because it's the best. Ask Twitch. We have a big stretch. Thank you, cat. You know what? You're right. I cannot complain about the pineapple on pizza emote when I have a hot milk emote. All right, hopefully this is the last of what we have to do for the Omni hand. No guarantees, but hoping. And we're going to go ahead and erase all of this on the black part, because there's no need for that. You can't shade when it's already black. I'll just hope that that's not really all that noticeable. So we're going to save this over our Omni hand texture from before. Jump back over to Blender. And we're going to replace this image with our new Omni hand texture. And lucky for us, the lines fit perfectly. We've got some pseudo drop shadow going on. And even if we remove this cuff and include our unshrunken cuff, it still covers everything. And thanks to just a little bit of those shape keys, it looks like it's got the illusion that we wanted. I'm very happy with that. Now, we need to do the same thing to our flare hand. And by that I mean we just have to make a new finger hole. And thankfully, I already plotted out how we're going to do that. Oh. Unfortunately for us, the finger wants to fight. Well, that sucks. But we can handle it. Wait! Hello, Snake. We almost missed you today.
This is beautiful.
Thank you. We've been working on the final details of our player today. All right, let's open up our flare hand texture. And we're going to do the same thing that we did with the Omni hand. We're just going to drag and drop this one into there so it changes color. We can make any color Omni hand we want now. But alas, we do not need to do that. What we do need is to make our pointer finger look like a gun hole. So right off the bat, we are going to start by making that pure black. And we're just going to extend that to the full length of that finger because that's going to get cut off there anyway. All right, now back to Blender. We need to figure out how to grab this edge. Because part of this is the top of that finger. And that is very unfortunate. And something that you could do is add a color slider onto the hands for the avatar. I thought about that. And had I not already been so deep into this mess, I probably would have. All right, real quick, I'm going to go ahead and save this version of our hand for the flare hand to replace our previous so that we can start doing our ruff. All right, so we're going to replace this image with our new flare hand image. There we are. And we're going to go in and, just like we did before, kind of create a pseudo painting to create the illusion that we're going for. And to do that, we're just going to go in with our highlight color right along our upper edge. And I'm doing this in Blender first because it's going to be a real bitch to get this to line up properly later. I swear, those stream streaks are more stress than they're worth. Congratulations, though. I mean, if you're able to maintain it, good on you. Mine keeps glitching on a couple of streamers. Even though I watch them every time, it was at a 70, and it reset to 1 the next day. That's what I mean. It's just too much stress to try and keep up with something that is that finicky. I don't think I'm going to overdo this one. I think we're just going to keep it fairly simple. So we'll keep it a solid lighter color up top. Sprinkle a softer gradient into the side. And then do a nice sharp highlight on the upper area. I don't really love that upper edge. Hey Thumb, what happened? Wow, that's interesting. Maybe I'm doing too sharp of an edge. Hmm. I don't know. If anything, I might be going brain dead. Let's save this as a copy. We only need these parts. Do not need anything else. Oh boy.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Kirk. And a big stretch. And of course, a posture check comes right in handy alongside that. How is Burb? Burb's doing better today. Better than I have for the rest of the week so far. All right, now we're going to go after this kind of systemically. Oh, ads are going to play in less than a minute. I do apologize that we're going a little longer than usual. But once we finish up with our flare hands texture, we will be completely done with all of the things that I set out to do today. At least in terms of modeling. Just got done playing a long session of Marvel Rivals with one of the first people I've met on Twitch. Oh, shit! That's awesome! I hope it was fun. No ads! Damn you!
Security alert! Security alert!
Woo, 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 woo! Holy
Commismus
crap!
has raided the channel with 46 eggs.
Oh no! During the ads too! Ah! I should have snoozed them. I don't know if anyone can hear me right now at all. Well, anyone who's not subbed. Obviously, those of you who are subbed can hear me. I will hold on to my big hellos and how you doin's. We've got about a minute left before these ads are over. Should I just count? I could just count. I'm not going to count. That's going to be really annoying really fast. 45 seconds before the Raiders. I can greet you properly. 30 seconds. We've got this. We've got this. We can totally pull this off. We just have to have patience. Patience is a virtue. "15 seconds, folks." Oh my god. And you just let me sit here. Okay. You know what? No, that's good. That's a good, honest first impression. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for the raid, Kimmy Spice. If you're still here, if you're not, perfectly fine. A lot of people have to raid and run, especially at this time of night. I will take very good care of all of your eggies. But hi, everyone, welcome. I am FragRaptor, otherwise known as Moss. I am a variety streamer, and I do artwork and games. We do artwork or drawing on Tuesdays, and we do games on Wednesdays, and we do 3D modeling on Thursdays. And today you've caught us right at the tail end of making one of our many textures for our many hands for our multi-hand little dude, the player from Poppy Playtime. Ignore those eyes. But we're working on our final hand here. We just did the Omni hand, which I can show you real quick. So we've got our Omni hand set up, ready to go. And we are currently working on finishing up the kind of the front end of our flare gun. But we just did our rough sketch out on how we want that to look, and I've moved back over into Sci, where we are cleaning it up because Blender is a terrible program for texture painting. It's a great program for everything else, but texture painting, nah. I mean, it can be, but I don't have the patience. But please enjoy your stay, those of you who choose to stay here. We will not be at this for much longer. We And we may not do much more than what we currently have. As much as I liked the contour painting on the Omni hand, I really don't think this one needs as much. We're mostly just trying to create the illusion of a hole. And the hard part here is going to be trying to line that up, because this is a sloppy edge. But we'll do our best. In fact, what if we just... It's going to be a bitch to line up, but... might work. I don't know. Let's save it and find out. We could probably do... I'm watching my dog kick her own face while she's trying to scratch her foot. Okay, ignoring that. I think we caught the essence of it. Let's save it. We'll go back over to Blender. We're going to replace this image with the one that we just made. Okay, and see what we think. A little bit of overspill right up here. Not the end of the world. Honestly, I think it's good enough. In fact, I also want to, real quick, adjust our shape a little. Because I like how we have it. I think I tried this before, though, and didn't like it. I don't think it adds a whole lot, but it doesn't seem to take away anything either. Good enough for me. With that in mind, we do have this overspill to deal with, so let's take a look at that. It's going to be all of these guys. I could have just done a loop selection. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back over into Psi and just do a quick cut to remove that. Looking sharp. Unfortunately, at this resolution, every little rogue pixel is going to show. But that is the sacrifice of optimization. It's a very subtle difference, but I think it's enough to make a difference. Did I just say it's a very subtle difference, but it's enough to make a difference? I hope I didn't say that. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, what are you doing? I guess I don't need to fuss too much over it. Again, we're very close. Right, reload. Hopefully we've fixed up... all but this edge. Which one are you? This one, really? Okay. I'm going to go do that in Psi real quick. I'm not going to bother changing screens. I did. Wow. See, I can't be doing smart people shit, like making a model in Blender, and then saying stupid people shit like that. All right, let's see if that fixed that overspill a little bit. Enough, anyway. Like I said, we can only avoid so much of the crunching. But I think that looks good enough. So we have our Omni hand, we have our orange flare hand. I should probably just call that flare hand, but if I change the name of it, it's going to cause issues. Oh, ew. Ew. Oh, no. I hate the way it looks when it's not in the flare shape. Ew. It looks like a hot dog. Oh, man. That's yucky. All right, well, the only other thing that I wanted to take a look at before we close things out here is some of the expressions don't fully line up with the googly eyes. And granted, that's okay, because the googly eyes are more so just to be there to be funny. Part of me would like to see if I can adjust it some, without having to move the eyes too much. That one's one we might not be able to change. Part of the problem is just because the way I draw them, they don't actually have a face. So the way I see them without their eyes is very different than the way I see them with their eyes. I'm sorry. The googly eyes just always throw me for a loop because they're so bulgy. That's right. These are the ones that we need to move lower. No, not the whole head. Kind of debating getting rid of this upper, like, cheek push-up kind of line. And I'd hate to change this. Because I really like how intense that angry face is. But if I raise the brows for the googly eyes, I feel like it just kind of loses that intensity. Like for this one, they're fucking pissed. Big mad. But this one's less so. This is what I get for not planning ahead.
Security
Another
alert!
raid!
Security alert! Woo, 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 woo!
Pastel October has raided the channel with 6 eggs.
Welcome, Pastel. Thank you so much. What were you guys doing? And thank you for the cookies. Cookies sound delicious right now. If you've got a raid and run, that is perfectly fine. It is definitely getting late into the evening.
We got a boomer!
Whee! Art day today. We're having one of those ourselves. We are actually just about to finish things up here. We are trying to kind of fix our emotes for the player, but have them also align with these googly eyes that I made for him. Aha! I outsmarted myself without even thinking. Thank you, Kevin. Doing random sketches and then worked on an alternate outfit for my model. Ooh! I'll have to check in next time and see it. That's always fun. Were you able to get the whole thing finished? I think we can make the sacrifice. I think I'm going to go ahead and raise the brows on our angry face after all. I probably should keep actual eye placement in mind regardless, but I do sort of treat them like a blank canvas. Line art mostly done and started coloring. Heck yeah. feel like we could do more with Furious. Like, Furious really is not furious enough, in my opinion. It just gets funnier with the googly eyes. Oh, Kevin, do you know Pastel? I wasn't aware you guys had bumped into each other. Of course, I say that, and I probably met Pastel through you. I always forget who I have connections through when and where. Who are you working on? We are working on the player from Poppy Playtime. This is going to be a VR chat avatar that is pretty much done. We're just doing our final details and last-minute cleanup stuff. Trying to make everything pristine and perfect, getting ready for Chapter 5 coming out. Not next Wednesday, but the Wednesday after, the 18th. And we've got this guy set up for VR chat so that he's got each one of these are a functioning hand and they all do their animations accordingly. Just in time for me to realize that we're going to get a new hand in the new game that I'm going to have to add to it after. But we'll get to that when that happens. I don't really like that one really sharp peak there. I feel like, I don't know, it's a little too sharp, maybe. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it. It's probably that one. Lurk when I can, but might have seen their stream through you. Very realistic. I could never keep up with it anymore. Anyways, I'm gonna head to bed. My brain is shutting down hard tonight after the roller coaster of a day, but I hope that you have a good rest of your night and stream though, Frag. Thank you so much, Kurt. I do hope that you're able to get the rest that you need and that hopefully things stop being so stressed out for you lately. If you ever need a moment of just calm and to recollect yourself, our Discord is always available. Big hugs! I really do think I'm going to get rid of these blushies. This one we need to recreate our furious face from earlier. Means we need to go back up to our furious face from earlier. Oh, I lied. Okay. Looks like everything works fairly well with the new shapes and whatnot. The exception of you, we're going to lower that a little bit. And again, I think we're going to just go ahead and get rid of these for the lushies. I think that they're cute, but I think I like it better without them. I will say this one does seem to be in need of being pulled forward a little more. Right, we'll look at them all again without the googly eyes. Looks good to me. All right, with that, I am hoping that we are good to go on everything for the player with the exception of adding... Actually, let's replace this hand again with just our red hand. There we go. Because otherwise it's going to bother me. So all we have left now is we have to do a quick recolor of our Hoppy plush that we made, which I would have on here, but because Hoppy has bones, we can't actually add that to this rig anymore. Not without having to completely redo all of the stuff that we've done in Unity. You can't mess with the bones. So we'll hopefully be approaching that next time, and I'm probably going to do that off stream because I am trying to get this one listed up for sale as soon as possible for the upcoming chapter coming out. That being said, I don't think I'll have the video for Adam or the player done in time for them being posted for sale. I think I'm just going to post them on the Ko-fi, whatever we want to call it. I'm going to post them up in the shop so that people can go ahead and purchase them and do whatever they want to do with them. But we'll make the big debut video another time. We do have it in the process of being made right now. I actually have had a lot of help from a lot of amazing people who've been helping me get pictures and stuff and footage and whatnot. So hopefully it's something that we can assemble much faster than it took for Dog Day and Doey this time. But that wraps things up for us. Actually, let me really quick export our model. Let me turn off the surprised face. There we go. And export. Just so we don't forget. I do have a 3D modeler suggestion for a raid, unless you have an idea. Let me see who's live right now. But it's pretty late into the night. We got a couple of artists who are actively working right now, but none of them that I follow are 3D artists. So if you have another 3D modeler, I would love to go check them out. While you're looking for their names, Atani, we'll go ahead and wrap things up here. So next week is our final week before the next chapter comes out. Oh, a red panda. Let me pull them up while we're getting things kind of set up here. Oh no. Are they okay? Okay. The way they were standing, it looked like they were in pain or like they were having a breakdown over something. Oh, she seems like a lot of fun. Thank you, Zatani. So we are going to go raid out to Lulilu Lee Live, which is someone very new to me. I'm excited to say hello. Let's get our raid message up and running. There we go. So you can copy and paste that if you like. No need to, though. No obligation. But if you're curious about 3D modeling and how all of that stuff works, if you've enjoyed today's stream, definitely bring that same energy to this person. Let's leave a good first impression. Throw some support and some love their way. But yeah, as for next week, I don't really have anything completely set in stone. It'll be my first week of finally, hopefully, having my brain back. So maybe we can kick things off on a good note. I don't have anything directly on the top of my head of what we're going to be doing other than either Wednesday we are going to be playing more Outer Wilds, or I will be squeezing in a speedrun fest of trying to play all 4 of the previous chapters of Poppy Playtime before the new chapter drops. We'll see how it goes. But until then, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me this week, or what few days we were live this week. I love you all so much, and have an incredible weekend. Goodbye.